Morate isključiti mikrofon. Gorane, morate isključiti mikrofon, jer vas čujemo. Dobro.
Mislim da ja sam isključio njega.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a great pleasure for me to see all of you here and to make an introduction on such an interesting conference. This year has some historical anniversaries. This is the anniversary 30 years of the breakup from Yugoslavia and the 30 years of the breakup of the former Soviet Union. So we have rather similar anniversaries this year. And of course, this is very interesting to go deeper into details of causes of these processes, of the consequences for our countries. And of course, they are different from point of view of the influence of new independent states on their economies, on their political, economic life. But anyway, we have really some similarities. And of course, from the point of view of economics, this is very strong external and internal shocks from these processes. And I think this is very interesting to research these processes, to discuss them on our conferences. And of course, there is a widespread set of questions from the causes of the process of the breakup, of the influence on economics, on politics, the processes of European integration, and so on. And first of all, let me say a few words. I hope all of you know why Institute of Economics is holding this conference now in Russia, because we have a very long historical traditions of research in the former Yugoslavia space now, and in the Yugoslavia in history, because the institute is the former institute for the world economic socialist system. And we have a very good team of researchers which have specialized, and which now some of them are still with us, and they specialize on Yugoslav Republic. Just let me say about Tigunenko, Milovanov, Kamenetsky, Ablazova, Shram, Korobkov. Now Natalia Kulikova, who is the I think now our best specialist on Yugoslav republics, is now heading the center of Central and Eastern European countries, and our recent new deputy director of the institute, Mikhail Labanov, of course, is also the specialist in Yugoslavia. So you can see that we have a very strong influence of Yugoslav researchers in our institute, and that is one of the causes why we are heading this conference here in Moscow. And I think this is a very good idea and a very good result that we have collected researchers from the former social Republic of Yugoslavia countries and from Western countries. So I wish you a very good discussion and interesting results, and I hope that we can better understand each other here. So I give the floor to Mikhail Labanov to start the first session. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mihhail Yuryevich. Okay, let's move on today's agenda. Dear participants of the conference, first of all, I'm glad to welcome you to the first session of the conference. A total of 4 sessions are scheduled. The first of them concerns the place of the countries of the region in the process of the European integration. The second deals with the factors of Yugoslavia breakup. I wonder if 30 years was enough for us to wait everything and understand the main reasons for the abandoning the idea of Yugoslavism. We'll see today. After the break, we'll discuss the socio-economic and political problems of Yugoslavia's successor states and their foreign economic relations. I'm also pleased that experts from 9 countries will share their opinions. When drawing up the program, the main idea was to give the floor to the representatives of all the republics that arose on the ruins of the Yugoslavia, to get acquainted with their views on the causes of the breakup and their position on the future relations between the republics of the Yugoslavia. And I'm glad that we managed to gather around this one virtual table the specialists and experts, not only from the region, from Croatia, North Macedonia, Serbia, Slovenia, Montenegro, but also representatives of public and scientific organizations from Belgium, from Italy, from UK, from Russia. By the way, it's a pity that representatives of Bosnia and Herzegovina didn't respond to the invitation and to take part in the conference. But nevertheless, I'm sure that that you will voice non-trivial ideas and regional judgments on the problems that we single out for the conference. And once again, thank you for the participation, and look forward to a fruitful discussion. It's my pleasure to give a floor to Dr. Dejan Yovich. Dr. Dejan Yovich is a full professor of international relations and security studies, Faculty of Political Science in Zagreb University. Dr. Yovich obtained PhD in political science, history and area studies at London School of Economics, University of London in 1999. He was a lecturer in politics at University of Stirling in Scotland. He was a special advisor to Croatian ministers of foreign affairs and European issues from 2004 to 2000. So analyst in the office of the president of Croatia from 2010 to 2014, and now he was editor-in-chief of Croatian Political Science Review, časopis poznati kao Politička misao. And you are welcome. It's my pleasure to give you the floor and to open our conference.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you for organizing this conference, which I think is a fantastic and timely and much needed event. Perhaps the first opportunity, at least the first that I know, on the 30th anniversary of the events of 1991. Since I'm speaking as a first speaker here, I thought I should maybe picture a broad picture or offer some broader insights into the significance of the 30th anniversary of 1991, and then say something about the significance, what is actually the current situation with regard to the hopes and fears and promises of these events of 1991. First of all, let me say that not only for historians, but also for us in social sciences, the 30th anniversary is always important because even the most conservative historians, as you know, consider 30 years as the turning point in doing their job. I would say that modern historians would normally consider that historical distance is not that much needed in current situation, because we now have access to many documents as the events happen through various laws on the access of information. We may obtain them sooner than 30 years, but I think those more conservative would normally wait for 30 years for the archives to be open. So what we can expect in this year and further years, future years, is new documents. And this gives us an opportunity then to reconsider our previous writings and research in the light of new sources. I would say that 1991 was somehow related, as you know, to 1989. And in 1989 is, as I said in one of my articles, the year that actually did not happen in former Yugoslavia, and certainly not in a way in which it was understood and portrayed back in 1989 throughout Western Europe. just to remind ourselves that 1989 was a symbol of a fundamental change, and some said, and in these years, the dramatic change that signified the so-called end of history, where, from which onwards, there is no alternative to the introduction of what in the West would normally call democracy, but what they mean is the Western type liberal democracy that was declared to be victorious, not only in terms of geopolitics and geostrategy and geoeconomics, but also in terms of ideology. So that actually this is the beginning of the new era in which all countries of the former Eastern Europe, now disappeared Eastern Europe as a political term, would transform themselves in order to become as similar as possible to Western Europe through the processes called transition to democracy, and then through the process of Europeanization, that is inclusion and assimilation with the practices and institutional framework developed within Western Europe. But 1989 was everything opposite to this idea of 1989. 1991 was the year, at least for the Western Balkans or the former Yugoslavia, the year that the troubles, I wouldn't say begun, but have intensified very much. The year in which that country and its successors began moving into an opposite direction, I would say. Instead of accepting liberal democracy in Western style political institutions, some of which had been adopted largely due to copy-pasting practices from other East European countries and very much under the domino theory, in fact, as for example, Poland in 1989 and onwards, but in fact, it was also the beginning of the era of conflict. And instead of eternal peace that was promised by 1989, at least ideologically and in terms of images, what we actually got was a war. And instead of integration, we actually got disintegration. So the completely opposite trends. And with these trends, of course, unfortunately, what also followed were very many victims of the conflict, about 100,000 in Bosnia-Herzegovina, 20 more thousand in Croatia and onwards, and also a return of some ideologies that we hoped in Europe would have never come back, and practices of ethnic cleansing or even radical political movements, returning of revisionism of history, rejecting of the results of the Second World War, and the returning to the political scene of even neo-fascist and most radical practices, such as in some instances, as we know, even genocidal. And I think that in itself puts a big question of really whether 1989 happened everywhere in Eastern Europe. I would only say that, for example, some of the big ideas of 1989, which were promoted in Central Europe, I would say primarily in Germany, with the unification of Germany in 1990, when they were applied to the countries of former Yugoslavia, produced a completely different and opposite result. For example, a big German idea of self-determination of the nations, based on which the idea was the move between 1989 and 1990 in Germany was from we are a nation to we are one nation. Therefore, from a democratic concept of we are nation, therefore we decide in terms of internal self-determination in democracy, into we are one nation, therefore we should unite into one country, and it would be possible and actually inevitable, as it was interpreted, that one existing country, Eastern Germany, could disintegrate, could disappear completely from the map of the European countries. That idea of self-determination and then cancelling of an existing country and unification of that country based on the principle of nationalism with Western Germany into one country. When these same principles were applied to former Yugoslavia, they produced a completely different outcome. Disintegration rather than integration, and violent nationalism rather than democratic and peaceful self-determination. So I think really the events in Germany in 1990 shaped the political history of the Western Balkans and former Yugoslavia, plus or minus, more than the liberal ideas of 1989. We also, as Michael said earlier, and Dr. Головнин, we also need to look at these events jointly with those events that happened then in the Soviet Union at the same time, which influenced the events in former Yugoslavia, certainly influenced also the outcome of the historical chain of events in the Soviet Union. And then later on, with disintegration of Czechoslovakia, they also shaped the political processes there. Now, I think the 30th anniversary, apart from being a new chance because of the new documents, is also significant because they mean that actually now we have a new generation in politics and societies of our countries. Generations do matter in politics because, as we know from the history, for example, of the Soviet Union, but also former Yugoslavia, sometimes we actually regularly witnessed deep political crises when it comes to transferring of political ideals and also to some degree institutions from one generation to another. Each generation has a need, and also each generation has a right to shape for themselves their political ideals, and also to a degree to re-examine previous political and ideas, and also with that institutions. So the real question really for the new generation of the post-Yugoslavs is now whether they still think 1989 and 1991 were positive historical events or negative, and whether they, for example, still share some of these big promises, hopes and fears of 1991. Whether, for example, they are still very much interested in the concept of European integration. Whether, or is the European integration just an idea and an ideal of a previous generation in politics? What they see with regard to Yugoslavia, whether they're still interested or they reject completely any idea of integration or cooperation or collaboration among the countries of former Yugoslavia. I mean, rarely anyone today argues in favor of recreating or reestablishing of Yugoslavia. But the way they see Yugoslavia is also very much a central part of the new nation building or identity building in all countries of former Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia that therefore still remains, just like socialism, just like the international order before 1989, a referral point for the shaping of new national identities. And I would compare this with a situation in Europe in the period of 1971 to 1975. Actually, if we compare this, we also saw the new generation stepping in, challenging some of the ideals and some of the narratives and identities created by the previous generation, by the generation of the Second World War and the first post-war generations. So, for example, in Western Europe, but also in the East, in Czechoslovakia, for example, we saw in these years, from 1968 in particular onwards, a very critical distance of a new generation with regard to the ideals, identities, practices, and historical interpretations of the previous generation. Let me just remind ourselves that the issue of responsibility for the Second World War was very much opened in Germany and in France, but also elsewhere. The issue of socialism and communism and its character and of the character of the international order was also very much opened in Eastern Europe, in pretty much all countries of Eastern Europe, in particular Czechoslovakia in 1968. This process then resulted in some new agreements that shaped the international order in Europe. Especially I have in mind the 1975 Helsinki Act, which actually signified 30 years again after 1945, after the ending of the Second World War. It signified an attempt to stabilize borders and to recognize them as unmovable and permanent in Europe. And for example, in the case of former Yugoslavia, 1975 meant not only the Helsinki Act, but also it was important because of the Osimo agreement between Yugoslavia and Italy, which finally resolved the issue of unresolved borders between these two countries, former enemies in the Second World War, very much being used as the hostile other in Yugoslav narratives when it comes especially to Croatia and Slovenia with regard to Italy, but also in Italy when it comes to socialist Yugoslavia. And we saw really not changing of the borders in 1975 between Yugoslavia and Italy, but in turning the de facto border between two countries into de jure border between these two countries. Therefore, nobody was talking about changing of the border when Zone A and Zone B finally resolved their status, but accepting the reality on the ground 30 years after 1945 in order to resolve the problem. And indeed, this problem between Yugoslavia and Italy seemed to be very much resolved, and the successor states of former Yugoslavia, Slovenia and Croatia, then agreed to this and continued with the borders as they were defined in the Osimo Agreement of 1975. Let me now move on to these big promises and hopes and fears of 1991 in former Yugoslavia. We need to bear in mind that I think in particular in former Yugoslavia, transition, that big word of the post-communist politics in Europe, was especially complicated and complex. I think more than in any literature that we find about transition. As we know, we have various waves of transition, starting with Latin American and South European, and then in 1989 onwards, East European. Most of these theoreticians of transition were speaking about a single transition, double transition, and rarely ever of triple transition. Klaus Hofer, for example, started talking about triple transition in 1991, having in mind East German unification or inclusion into Western Germany into a united, with Western Germany into a united Germany. But I think the transition in former Yugoslavia in these 30 years, which is not, my big question is whether it has been finished or not, and I would argue it's not been actually finished. It's a never-ending story. Somehow, it almost Sisyphus, if I may use this metaphor, was fivefold, because at the same time we have 5 parallel transitions which influenced each other. The first one was political transition. So from one-party system or non-party system as in Yugoslavia into multi-party system and the so-called democracy with all these institutions, voting democracy, majoritarian decision-making, and so on and so forth. The second one was economic transition, moving from the old socialist economic system into a more market-based and open economic relationship. The third one was a transition of statehood. So disappearing of Yugoslavia and creating of new states. How many new states? That's a big question. 12 entities declared statehood and independence. Of that, only some were recognized and others were not. Just remind ourselves that also Republic of Srpska and Srpska Krajina and Ilirida and Western Bosnia and Herzegovina all declared statehood, that were declared independence twice, recognized only to some degree and by some not universally. And Serbia never declared independence, yet became independent because Montenegro finally, as the last republic of former Yugoslavia, declared independence from the Yugoslavia, Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, that is of 2 members. Then the third question, the third transition was identity-based. People stopped being communists. People started being Europeans, whatever it meant. People started being Christian or Bosnian or Bosniak. And in some cases, this identity transition involved renaming of the nations, such as from Muslims with capital M into Bosniaks. In this process, this Muslim nation had been divided. For example, in Montenegro, there is still 2/3 of former Muslims with capital M being Bosniaks, and 1/3 remain remaining the same process in Montenegro and so on and so forth. Some nations changed the name of their state, such as North Macedonia. These are very, very deep identity transitions, and in particular in Montenegro, in which we see about 20% of the people declaring themselves differently than in 1991. Therefore, increasing number of ethnic Serbs from 9 to 30, and decreasing number of ethnic Montenegrins from 64 to 45. Therefore, changes. And finally, Yugoslav transition was a transition from peace to war, and then from war to peace. And now my question is, to what extent have actually these transitions been completed, and what are the results 30 years after that? I would say that there is a sense of unfinishedness and of incompletion pretty much in all 5 of these areas, and therefore sense of disappointment and a sense of uncertainty about the future. First of all, in political transition, there is a growing popularity of alternatives to liberal democracy in Western Europe. This is not specific to Western Europe. It is also the case in other East European countries, such as in Poland and in Hungary and in Russia and in the whole post-Soviet space. You know, how much have these countries in fact now become just like us, as in the West, they would say. And the idea of transition is actually to lose this political specificities in Eastern Europe and to become just like us, like I'm now quoting, and this is like becoming like in the West, with Western institutions, with Western practices, with Western ideas that are declared to be shared values globally. And so, you know, it is not only in former Yugoslavia that we see limited pluralization, that we still see ethno-democracy, that we still see problems with autonomy, which became a negative as it was in socialist Yugoslavia, but it is also within the liberal idea, the area of autonomy, whether personal or for minority groups or for certain ethnic groups within multi-ethnic states. And I would say also what we witness is a returning popularity for one-party system or a one-party political models. I mean, look at Serbia. Is Serbia a multi-party democracy? Well, I have some doubts about that. Do people want a multi-party democracy in Serbia? Well, my question is even bigger on that. I wouldn't go as far as our distinguished colleague, Professor Podunavac, who argues that there is a new despotism in Serbia, but certainly, you know, we see no evidence that there's support for political pluralization in Serbia. The second aspect is economic aspect. Well, I mean, what we see here is some countries which have done rather well because of economic transition. Certainly Poland, and you're much better experts for this, so I feel a bit humbled and I might make a mistake actually in this, and we will hear much more in this conference and against what I say at the moment. But I think also we witness huge inequality and the sense of inequality between countries of Eastern Europe and the European core. We have witnessed the concept of center and periphery, so the old Wallerstein's idea, in which there is in the European Union, but there is also external outer periphery, countries that are not involved in European market properly. And actually there is a sense of demographic, there is evidence of demographic losses, a lot of people leaving, including the so-called brain drain in these 30 years. Gap between developed and underdeveloped countries in Europe are widening, not narrowing down. And the big promise and the big idea of economic transition was that actually there should be one Europe, not two Europes or three Europes, also in economic sense, not only in political sense. The third aspect is statehood transition. Now, the big question is whether this process is over. Have we now seen the ending of the process of state disintegrations? And of course, this question is still big, and we see this, yes, and actually popularity among the people in some multi-ethnic states, such as, for example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, that actually make us think of whether there is new disintegration following, whether we can expect further disintegration of the existing states, and perhaps maybe unification and it was much more difficult to unite than to separate for the former Yugoslavia. Only if you are German you can unite, and if you are not German then you cannot unite with others along the ethnic borders that you define for yourselves. Albanians can see this through Ahtisaari Plan and their own constitution, which forbids unification with Albania and so on and so forth, despite public popularity for such programs. We witnessed this with the results in Kosovo, with the result of Albin Kurti, for example, in Kosovo. So there is a big question of whether the existing states are stable and safe. And the same goes for a number of other states in post-Soviet space. I won't go into that, but we all know the cases of South Ossetia and Nagorno-Karabakh and so on and so forth. The fourth aspect is identities. We witness new languages, new histories, new identities, which are radically different from the previous ones. Largely in the post-Yugoslav space, they are based on anti-Yugoslavism. And this is now also the fashion in Serbia as well, which have actually rejected the idea of collapsing of Yugoslavia, which has never declared independence, and which wanted for very long preservation of some form of Yugoslavia. We also see consolidation of nationalism, which was confused and disorganized. It was violent, but confused and disorganized when it comes to borders, when it comes to who belongs to us and who is the other, to exclusion and inclusion, and especially with regard to the statehood, so the citizenship of the new nation states. I would argue that the nationalism is now much more consolidated in all parts of former Yugoslavia. For example, in Montenegro, Montenegrin nationalism; in Serbia, Serbian nationalism; in Macedonia, as we saw with Gruevski's episode and project Skopje 2014, Macedonian nationalism, and of course Croatian, which grows on the idea of a huge success of nationalism in the 1990s, which not only preserved the state and the borders of the state, but also managed to shape the country so that it becomes more monoethnic than ever before. Through exclusion of the others, ethnic Serbs here in particular. And finally, what is the result 30 years after of the transition from war to peace? First of all, the question is, has the war of the 1990s been properly addressed and interpreted? I think in some parts of former Yugoslavia, it's been celebrated rather than commemorated. It's been used as the main element of the new national identity. Here I have in mind Croatia in particular. In other cases, we have rehabilitation somehow, and the growing popularity of the key figures of the war, some of which had been either but nevertheless, they now become regularly national heroes in their own countries. There is still some fear that the war might come back, and there is, in some part of former Yugoslavia, also a hope that this might happen, because those who are unhappy with the results of the war of the 1990s secretly hope that in fact the international system will collapse again and the cards will be redistributed for another card game sometimes in the future. In Yugoslavia, we have a number of revisionist states and revisionist nations which are frustrated and unhappy with the results of the previous war. I will finish my talk with pointing out at three in particular so-called unfinished businesses in Western Balkans. I think all three are related, are concentrated on the word integration. Now, number two, reintegration, and number three, integration. Now, disintegration refers to the issue of whether there is enough stability for the existing states, for example, Bosnia and Herzegovina, but potentially Montenegro, which is now becoming a new Bosnia, because it's the only country of former Yugoslavia where there is no ethnic majority of any group, but Montenegrins are only 45%, therefore in a similar situation in which Bosniaks or Muslims with capital M were in Bosnia and Herzegovina during Yugoslavia. So now Montenegro is a new Yugoslavia, not Bosnia in ethnic sense. So is there a hope? Is there a fear of disintegration of the existing states? That's the unfinished business number one. Number two is a reintegration of the existing states and nations. I would just say that 1991 was only the year in which Yugoslavia had disintegrated. No, actually, most of Yugoslav republics had disintegrated too. Bosnia had disintegrated in 1991, and so Croatia and also Serbia. And actually, it's only those that had international support for reintegration, such as Bosnia and Croatia, had reintegrated to some degree. Reintegration of territory, but not of people in Croatia, and reintegration that is very much under international supervision, the Western supervision in the case of Bosnia. The case where there was no support for reintegration was Serbia. And Serbia still remains a disintegrated country from the point of view of its own constitution. And so does Kosovo, if we take it as an independent country, also disintegrated with regard to the north of Kosovo. So the big question is whether we will ever have reintegration of these countries or not. And I would just remind ourselves of Zoran Djindjic. I mean, Zoran Djindjic's most famous book was Yugoslavia as an unfinished state, Yugoslavia nedovršena država, incompleted state, that is. Now, I think Serbia is now much more incompleted and unfinished than Yugoslavia ever was. And the same question, of course, is whether Bosnia is completed and finished and so on and so forth, and what's happening in Montenegro too. And I would also point out at the recent book by Filip Eidus, our colleague from Belgrade, who talks about ontological insecurity in Serbia with regard of Kosovo. I would recommend it very much. So this is still a big issue. And finally, the last point is integration into EU. A big promise of 1989, and therefore there were big hopes that this might happen. But it's not only that it has not happened with regard to Western Balkans, but I think we are now much farther away from this ideal and objective than we ever have been in the past. I think the 2003 Thessaloniki promise of a European perspective is now just a phrase that, as we saw in Baldobrioni another day, 2 days ago, nobody seriously believe in that. So the Western Balkans, which was meant to be created as a waiting room for the European Union, is actually waiting my understanding of this region. And they know it, and they seriously and very rationally try to look for alternatives. Growing popularity of external actors such as Russia, but also Turkey, but also China, and to a degree United States, which are much more important for the countries of North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Albania, and Kosovo. Union is just a consequence and a result of this failed promises and unfinished businesses in Western Balkans. I think these issues are now of crucial importance because they feed uncertainty and both fears and hopes for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jovic. We'll have an opportunity to ask the questions after the second presentation, after the presentation of Dr. Dushan Relich. So thank you very much. And I'm pleased to give the floor to Dr. Dushan Relich. Dr. Relich was a reporter and editor of Yugoslav National Press Agency Tanjug in the 80s. In the beginning of 90s, he was foreign editor of the news magazine Vreme in Belgrade. He was also head of department in the European Institute for the Media in the Düsseldorf. And now he is the head of office in Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik in Brussels, in Belgium. So Dr. Relich, you're welcome.
Hvala, Misha. Dejan has provided us with so much material that we could spend minutes just debating his thesis, and I think a lot of things are most interesting in what Dejan said. But Dejan reminded me also, and Misha mentioned it, of my time in Bonn when the Yugoslav disintegration was happening. And I'll chip in with a piece of memory. Spoon mentioned the role of Germany in those moments. And I remember in 1989 how the then Yugoslav government with Branko Mikulic sent a delegation to Bonn to ask for some money to bridge over a period of time in the federal budget where they couldn't pay foreign loans going mostly back to the International Monetary Fund. And Helmut Kohl said, yes, of course, we are going to provide you with financial support because the stability of Yugoslavia is crucial for the static of Europe. This was in 89. In 90, things had changed, and Helmut Kohl, far more than Genscher, and this is not so much known, was advocating a fast recognition of the secession of Croatia and Slovenia. The turning point for his change of heart was the failed coup in Moscow, when the conservative powers attempted to take over, to regain power in Moscow, and when this failed, and when it was clear that Russia would not be any longer on the European scene what the Soviet Union was, that the static of Europe has completely changed through the unification of Germany and through the demise of the Soviet Union, then Germany and Kohl continued the policies of boosting the disintegration of Yugoslavia. But this is just a small memory, to which I'll attach another one. And Dejan has also been using this quote, and I love using it. And this is that when the European, at that moment, it was not yet called the European Union, when the representatives of the European community started mediating in the Yugoslav conflict, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of of Luxembourg, Jacques Pos, he was heading a troika to Slovenia. He came and said, "This is the hour of Europe. This is not the hour of America." Meaning that the European Union, the European Commission, the European Community will act as the power which is going to change the situation on the ground, to transform the conflict, and to work into establishing this eternal peace mentioned by Dejan as well in the region. And the chief instrument for obtaining this goal was to forge convergence, legal and socio-economic convergence, so that the region could become the European Union. This was my first thesis. My second thesis is that the European Union failed in its dealings with the Balkans because it did not put the money where its mouth is. The European Union does not have military power. Its soft power is also endangered a little bit. So what remains is the socio-economic convergence and the acquis communautaire, which, if taken over by the candidate and potential candidate countries, should bring them into the European Union and eliminate the danger of more unfinished business staying on the ground. So point 3 in Dejan's 3 unfinished business would be over. However, to do this, to forge convergence, you need financial means. You have to invest into it. The chief instrument which the European Union used in the area was this instrument for pre-accession assistance, the famous IPA 1, 2, and now we are into the third section of the IPA. If you look at the value of IPA, then it's really very little money, it's stingy. In the case of Serbia, the annual allocations from IPA 2 are something like 0.2% of Serbia's GDP. That's not really a game changer at all. And if you look at the whole bunch of money which was dispersed through IPA 1 and IPA 2 and IPA 3, you'll see that from one 7-year segment to the other, it was less and less money. For instance, now for IPA 3, which should start sometimes in July or later on when the European institutions agree on it, because it's part of the multi-annual budget of the European Union, but there is no regulation yet on IPA 3. In any case, its value for 7 years should be 12.6 billion euro in 2018 year prices. This is 1% less than what IPA 2 was. And IPA 2 was less than what IPA 1 was in purchasing power. Half of IPA goes for Turkey. So what remains is a very small boost for socio-economic convergence, which is coming free of charge. The countries can take loans from international monetary financial institutions and so on, but this is something which is not to be compared with the boost of convergence which the members of the European Union receive through structural and cohesion funds and through other sources of development money. Now, together with my dear colleague Matteo Bonomi from the Italian Institute for International Affairs, I looked into the dispersal of EU allocations in the next 7 years in Southeast Europe. And then you will see that the so-called Western Balkans, I prefer the British expression Eastern Adriatics, but it doesn't work so often. The Western Balkans, the 6 economies there, in the next 7 years will receive something like €500 per capita. If you compare this with, for instance, Greece or Croatia, the Greeks will receive €5,700 per capita in the next 7 years, and Croatia will receive €5,200 per capita in the next 7 years from the multi-annual budget and from the recovery fund together. So the socio-economic wall between the Southeastern European 6 and the vicinity is going to grow, to increase. There will be not convergence, there will be more divergence. And this has immediate political repercussions. Because support for democracy in the so-called countries of transition, it's closely tied to economic success and to the individual income. The legitimacy of the system is based on the belief of the people that in future, in the democratic system, their position, their income, the position of the families will improve. This has not been the case in Southeast Europe with in the Southeast European 6 with one exemption, and this is Albania. Seen growth, and this explains also the very pronounced support union in Albania, which is not falling. The rest is very stagnant or going back. So I think that this lack of perspectives for the individual, this lack of belief that future will provide more income to people, this is really one of the most relevant explanations for democratic backsliding in the region and the dip in democracy in post-Yugoslavia is particularly strong because of all of the war which Dan has so systematically explained to us. People have less and less faith that the EU will deliver to the region what it has been preaching for decades. Ambition of the European Union to exert strategic autonomy in the Western Balkans has flopped. Combined with the really widespread corruption in the region, the reckless authoritarianism, and the extremely poor governance in the region, we have a fertile ground in which model which is being established for the future on the ground is very close to what Branko Milanovic has in his recent book and before described as political capitalism, to the model played out in China and also in Russia. The EU model, a liberal, meritocratic, with or without parentheses, stands no chances on the ground if people are threatened by poverty and lack of perspectives. And people are great economists. They understand that well-being is not coming to them, prosperity, so they are going where prosperity is. And also together with Matteo Bonomi, we had a look at the migration, the outward migration in the region. And in 2019, 250,000 people from the Southeast European 6 obtained for the first time a residence permit in the European Union for a period longer than 3 months. Not all of them obtained working permits, but they obtained residence permits. Some returned back and so on, but nevertheless, already in the previous year, the year 2019, it was 230,000 people. Altogether, in the last quarter of a century, about a quarter of the resident population of the region has migrated, has abandoned the region, has moved away. This has implications on the capability of the region to pay back loans. It has the implications on labor, on available labor, on the skills, and whatever else you want for the future. So my second thesis or counter thesis is that the attempt to exert strategic autonomy through enlargement policy has failed. So what is the synthesis? The synthesis is that EU membership still has some traction in the region. It has traction, first of all, because of geography. The region is encircled simply by EU and NATO member states. There is some geopolitics in it as well. There is a chain of NATO states from the Baltics to the Black Sea. Russia is not in the position to exert security and military influence in the region. It can't project this influence on the Adriatics. We have seen it in the last phases of the Kosovo War. And I think that the most important two most important reasons is, of course, the deep economic integration of the region in the EU. We have 60 to 70% of the trade with the EU, with Germany and Italy. We have FDIs, foreign direct investments, coming 80–90% from the region. We have remittances by the migrants of utmost importance for the region. Every second family household in Kosovo lives from remittances from abroad. And this is the human factor. People in the region, their role model is to drive a Skoda, a Volkswagen. They would like their children to study on Western universities. They send their children to Canada, to Western Europe to live. The model, they are fully aware that the model of political capitalism, the Chinese model if you want, is not something that could have roots in the region. So what could be the game changer? How could the European Union get its strategic autonomy back on the region? I think through money. If the European Union would treat the region the same way it treats the vicinity of the region, which is already a member of the South of the European Union, this would forge convergence. This doesn't mean that we would have democracy tomorrow, but we would have a stronger middle class in the region. The middle class is no guarantee for democracy, but you can't have democracy and the rule of law without the middle class. You don't have paupers fighting for the rule of law. This is, I think, a historical fact. So colleagues from the University of Ljubljana did a small calculation how much it would cost the EU citizens to fund the Southeast European Six in the same amount as they are doing already through the budget of the European Union for Croatia, Bulgaria. It would cost a sum of 1.6 euro to 10.8 euro per capita, depending which country, to reach the same amount of allocations for Southeast European Six as the EU members surrounding the region. This would boost convergence. It would provide the people with a hope that life could be better. And it would be a geostrategic investment if you want it. The dividend would be the realistic prospect to enlarge EU sovereignty entirely over Southeastern Europe. And in this sense, then, Fukuyama's history, the end of history, the beginning of a new phase of history would come also in the Balkans to its next phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
I love your child. How is she called, or he?
His name is Alexei. He is half Yugoslavian also.
Oh, здравствуй, Alexei.
I'm sorry, but it happens when you're on isolation. Sometimes my wife can't can't be with him. So unfortunately, I have to sit with him now. So please, dear colleagues, please ask your questions to Mr. Relich and to Mr. Yovich. You're welcome.
Can I maybe ask a question? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, for sure.
Yeah, I just like to comment on the, I mean, it's all wonderful presentations from both the speakers. Great, learned a lot, so thank you. I'd like to ask Dushan Relich about the last point he was making about the transfer of resources from the EU and whether this would really have the expects from them. Two points really. One is that if you look at Bulgaria, massive transfers from the EU to Bulgaria haven't really changed the political and economic situation there because of the very weak institutional arrangements. And I think it would be the same in countries of the Western Balkans, that the it's not just a question of money. Giving sort of free money to countries is not necessarily going to help the economic and social development or change the politics, and it may even strengthen the existing ruling elites and entrench them in power. And you mentioned the high degree of corruption, and I think that probably all the money would disappear down a sort of sinkhole and not have much impact on economic development and convergence.
Michael, do you want us to reply immediately, or do you want to have 3 or 4 questions and then debate them all?
We could collect all the questions, and then you're welcome to answer the questions.
Can I deliver one question?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you. Good day, everybody from Montenegro. Just shortly, Professor Jovic mentioned that Montenegro today is new Bosnia, unfortunately. So can you explain us shortly what are differences between Bosnia in 90s, 1991, and Montenegro in 2021?
Yes, of course I can do that, but are we waiting for another question? Or?
Any other questions?
No. Vladimir?
I have a short question to Professor Jovic, because you spoke about unfinished business of some foreign powers in Yugoslavia, and given that there are many foreign powers that are interested for this region, how do you assess which foreign power can be most satisfied by current situation in former Yugoslavia?
Any other questions?
I see Alexander Pivovarenko wants to put a question.
Okay. I will try to. Alexander. Okay, but there is no problem for him to switch on the microphone. So he could do it by himself, I think. Okay. Alexander, we are listening to you.
His mic is not on. Alexander, your microphone is definitely not on. Michael, may I have a suggestion that Alexander gets his microphone working, and in the meanwhile, Dan has 2 questions. I have 1 question. We try to reply them, and then we do a second round. Is this okay? Good. Dan, you'll be speaking longer. That's your habit, so I'll answer shortly before. William, thank you very much for your kind words about our inputs. But you know, see what I have on my table here. It's an article by Will Bartlett, International Assistance, Donor Interest in State Capture in the Western Balkans. I've just started reading it, so we are learning from you also very much. I don't think it's fair to put cultural suspicion. There is corruption all over the place. Look, in Germany, we have in this year, in the last 2 years, 3 immense examples of corruption. One is about the ex-cum businesses, which have cost a damage of about 30 billion euro to the German taxpayers, and so on and so on. And then it's not always that money sent to EU countries has simply been put into the pocket of the elite. We have Romania 4 years ago, which had the highest GDP growth rate in the world, bigger than China or Turkey. I don't think that by saying this money will disappear, we should prevent a boost, especially to infrastructure, especially to green economy in the region, because some of the biggest polluters in Europe are located in the Western Balkans. So it's in the interest of the European Union as a whole to get rid of coal-based electricity production, for instance, which is polluting the whole of Europe. It's in the interest of the European Union countries to have better roads connecting Croatia and Greece, Croatia and Romania and Bulgaria and so on. And just as in the European Union, there are cries that the money from the recovery fund will be wasted and pickpocketed, you can have the European Union being there in the planning, in the implementation, and in the control and the auditing of the revamp of the Thessaloniki-based European Jugoslavijska banka za međunarodnu ekonomsku saradnju, which was one of the most successful examples of development agency in the whole region. So yes, corruption is a danger. Corruption is a danger everywhere, but there is no such thing as inbuilt corruption in Southeast Europe.
Okay, let me try to answer these 2 questions. The first one was on Montenegro and the differences between Montenegro and Bosnia. I think here it's more about the similarities between Bosnia and Montenegro, especially because I said they've somehow changed or switched places in this mapping of who is new Yugoslavia by which criteria. I think in former Yugoslavia and socialist Yugoslavia, actually the small Yugoslavia in political sense was Serbia, because Serbia was the only country of former Yugoslavia, while it was in Yugoslavia, that was complex. It had 2 provinces. And in ethnic sense, it was Bosnia, because just like in the big Yugoslavia, so in Bosnia also, there was no ethnic majority of any ethnic group. And I think now, 30 years after, actually these positions have changed in a way that Bosnia is now politically new Yugoslavia, because Bosnia now is the only complex state with 2 and 2.5 entities. So it looks politically, structurally, politically, with these 3 constituent nations and so on and so forth, which is a copy-pasted practice to a large degree of former Yugoslavia, it looks politically more to Yugoslavia. But ethnically, Bosnia now has an ethnic majority of 1 ethnic group. And the only country that doesn't have ethnic majority of 1 ethnic group is Montenegro. So to me, it looks that Bosnia has become Serbia and is a smaller Yugoslavia politically. Montenegro has become Bosnia and small Yugoslavia ethnically in that sense. I think also there are some other parallels there. And that is, I think we see in Montenegro probably today the strongest conflict between two consolidated nationalisms. And that is, I think, Montenegrin nationalism, which especially since 2006, creation of the new state, independence of the new state, through all these practices of shaping of the new Montenegrin identity, from new language, church issue, and so on and so forth, is actually getting stronger. It has a state support. The Montenegrin state is creating, and actually not creating, consolidating very much the new idea of the Montenegrin nation, and being opposed by actually today the largest minority group in former Yugoslavia. The largest minority group in former Yugoslavia in any of these countries is Montenegrins Serbs in Montenegro. And I think with consolidation of Serbian ethnic nationalism in these years, what we see in Montenegro is, I think, an instability based on ethnic grounds. And I wonder what is the future of this. I don't think it will be repeated. Bosnia will not be repeated because in order to have a war, what you need to have is a collapse of international order. You need to have withdrawal of external powers that are keeping security and safety of Bosnia. That is the United States primarily, but also the other Western countries. So, and I don't think that there will be no war because there is no opportunity for the war. That's my guess. Yeah, and there is no collapsing of a state. I think these were preconditions for the conflict. But it makes the situation complicated and interested, and we can draw some parallels with former Yugoslavia. To Vladimir's question, which foreign power can be most satisfied with current situation in Yugoslavia? I would say this. I would say everyone who is suspicious of the European project can be satisfied with the current situation in former Yugoslavia. And number one, I think there is the United States for a number of reasons. First of all, here Dushan mentioned this quote, which is, "This is the hour for Europe, not for America." This was a big insult to America by Europeans. It wasn't, Europe has actually slapped them in the face at the moment when they were the strongest power in the world, a unipolar moment back in 1991. And also they received another slap by the Yugoslav leaders by rejecting James Baker's intervention and mediation. The United States had withdrew for a while and had waited for the whole European business time of Europe had actually been proven as problematic and inefficient. And then they came back. And then they came back 1995 to stay in the heart of Europe. And I think by staying in the heart of Europe, continuing with NATO through using the example why NATO is still needed, and through the military intervention in 1999, through creation of the independent Kosovan state, they had actually, in a long term, posed a huge problem for Europe. Because the project of one and united peaceful Europe to Europeans cannot be realized because of the American presence in Western Balkans to a very large degree. So that's a revenge. It's a revenge by the United States, not only to former Yugoslav states, but also to European Union. But in addition to that, everybody else who is skeptical of the European project, and that is also Russian Federation, it's also Turkey now, and it's also China. I think they can all be fairly satisfied with the situation in which the Western Balkans is at the moment. And I think the only normal geopolitical, geostrategic response to that would be for European Union to expand immediately to all countries of Western Europe, irrespective of criticism for the type of order that is there, and based on not idealistic idea of shared values and social transformations, but rather based on the geostrategic reasons that this part of Europe should be part of the European Union. If it's not, then we will have a competition between Americans and Russians and Chinese and Arab states and who knows who in the Western Balkans.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jovic. I think Alexander is finally ready to ask the question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope that right now the microphone is on and you're hearing me well. Thank you for the presentations. I have one question. I think it's more to Mr. Dushan Relich. In your presentation, you mentioned that countries, like almost all countries in the Eastern Europe, in the Eastern Europe, would like to live the European way of life. Yes, like driving Skoda cars and so on and so forth. My question is this way of life a peculiarity and unique model which was made in the EU? Because in the most parts of the world, including Russia and China, it is commonly known as the American way of life. So is this model of living is a unique thing that is a unique thing that belongs exclusively to the European Union. The second part of this question is the question of economic basis. Do the Western Balkan countries have economic capacities to achieve this high level of living?
Okay.
Shall I go immediately, Mihail, or do you want to collect more questions?
Yeah, I think that's it as for questions. So you're welcome to answer Alexander's question.
Good, Alexander. The question about the European welfare state, it differs quite a lot to the US way of living, because in the northwest corner of Europe, you have a high level of state investment into the individual, from a free university over to the health system, to a lot of money for retraining and so on and so on. In a form, it has strong elements of social democracy, especially when you start from Austria and go over Germany to the Nordic countries. It is unimaginable for the United States, for the citizens of the United States, to think that you would have this level of welfare being bestowed on the citizen. So I think this is already the difference. People in Western Europe do not want to have this brutal American capitalistic way of living. And there are differences. In Germany at the moment, the state spends almost 50% of the GDP. So it can't be compared with what's happening on in the US and other openly capitalistic countries. So the model is there. You know, in Serbia, which I know best, the politicians, when they tried to impress the voters, like Vuk Drašković used to do in old days, he would say a Swedish level of social standard is what I'm promising to you, and so on and so on. Deep in the collective memory, the social democratic model of Western Europe is strongly embedded in former Yugoslavia. The second question is, are there economic capacities for the region? Well, in the period between the 50s and the late 70s, Yugoslavia had annual growth rates between 10 and 12% and was at one of the fastest growing countries in the world. It had very much to do with money coming from abroad, with capital coming from abroad, especially from the World Bank and from the International Monetary Fund. This was a geopolitical investment by the West into the Yugoslav model as an alternative to the Soviet model. So maybe it was partly artificial, but in any case, what we are seeing now in Central and Eastern Europe with the EU member states, we see a much higher level of development capital being poured into those countries by the European Union than Yugoslavia ever received from the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank. I'll give you an example. Croatia will, in the next 7 years, receive from the European Union 20 billion euro, which you will not have to pay back. That Croatia came out of the economic recession in the last years. was basically because of the free money coming from the European Union. And the growth rates in Hungary, in Slovakia, and in most other places in the region are to 50% and even more based on the use of the structural and cohesion funds of the European Union. So I'm coming back to what I tried to reply also to Willem. If you are part of the European Union, if your trade is 60 to 70% with the European Union, if you lose human capital on such a pace as the region is losing, and if you're not compensated for this in the same manner in which Poland or the Czech Republic or any other EU member state is compensated for the huge trade deficits with the core countries of the EU and for the loss of the human capital, then the region, the Southeast European Six, has no capacity and no future. The best decision that parents can do is to have the kids learn English and send them abroad. And I think that this very simple truth is something which is being evaded again and again, especially in Brussels, where we see incredible jiggery-pokery about the money which the EU will invest into the region in the next couple of years. I hear now Varhelyi, the Commissioner for Enlargement, saying that with guarantees from the European Union, the region can mobilize up to 20 billion of favorable loans from commercial institutions, from banks. And I have to think of Mr. Füle, his predecessor, who was more modest. He was promising only 10 billion euro of money that the region can mobilize with the guarantees of European Union banks. I think we need a moment of truth, because the region is approaching the point of no return when the entropy and the divergence will make the scenarios 1 and 2, which Dejan described, far more relevant than the scenario 3, integration into the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Relich. Dear colleagues, thank you for your presentations and for answering the questions. We need to go further, and then I would like to give the floor to Dr. Елица Минич. Dr. Minich is the president of the European movement in Serbia. She was one of the founders and first members of the European movement in Serbia. She was Secretary General of the organization, then President of the Forum for International Relations and Vice President. She also worked in various academic institutions for many years, and she was an Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2000-2004. Dr. Minich, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you for organizing this conference and inviting me to take part. My topic is regional cooperation in the context of European integration of the region. I follow regional cooperation for almost 3 decades, because even during the 90s, in the European movement of Serbia, we choose to focus our activities during the war towards cooperation with neighbors. It seemed at that time absurd, but we did it because civil society managed somehow, even during the war, to cooperate from different former Yugoslav republics and then new states. Then working in the ministry, I also worked in different constellations related to the region. At that time, we had the Stability Pact launched. We had the Central European Initiative, which was launched during the 90s. Black Sea Economic Cooperation, Adriatic Ionian Cooperation, also the Danube Cooperation was emerging. So that was the scene. And then when I joined the Regional Cooperation Council in 2008, I had a chance to watch the regional cooperation development like in a laboratory, because Regional Cooperation Council became a hub, and most of different regional initiatives were connected with Regional Cooperation Council, so it was possible to follow their work. And when I left the Regional Cooperation Council in 2013, about 2 regional meetings per day were happening. It was unbelievable intensity of regional communication. Many new organizations, networks, informal networks, different type of organizational forms emerged. And there was a feeling that regional cooperation is playing its role, that it helps stabilization in the region, helps, contributes to the reconciliation, facilitate people-to-people contacts, then contributes to European integration of the region. Because the main inspiration and the main supporter of the regional cooperation in the Western Balkans has been the European Union and still is. And that was the perception that new chances were opened, the permanently new fields of cooperation were developed. And then the whole this huge number of factors started to structure. Some of them were more important, some of them less relevant, and the most important were those supported by the European Union, and they became a kind of service agencies for the European Union, like energy community, like transport community, like Regional Cooperation Council, CEFTA. There was a couple of them which were the most relevant, and they provided a lot of preparatory work and kind of experimenting for the European Union how to organize its activities in the region. When the Berlin process was established, it was the attempt to take, first of all, to focus on socio-economic development of the region, then to bridge the of European integration process for the Western Balkans, and then to take out of a wider South European context, which was RCC, Energy Community, and many other organizations, only Western Balkan 6. There was an attempt to do that by Montenegrin Minister Lukšić, to propose the establishment of this group of Western Balkan 6, but it was not successful. Next year, Berlin process managed to do that. And then the focus was on Western Balkan 6. No more wider Southeastern Europe, but Western Balkan 6. And what is the status of regional cooperation at the moment? The pandemics, of course, made a lot of harm to the regional cooperation. Simply physically, it's not possible to provide so many contacts, although we have Zoom conferences, regional organization organize huge number of Zoom communication, but it is not enough. And this personal contact is missing very much because a lot of information you cannot exchange during this kind of meetings. There are many achievements of regional cooperation, continuing strengthening of functional and sectoral cooperation. This is undisputable. Then there is growing financing of Western Balkan countries themselves of these regional structures. At the beginning, it was not easy at all. Then there is regional coordination and cooperation platforms in the area of trade, energy, rural development, health, transport, environment, research and development, education, culture. So all of them also had, in developing these platforms, had in mind also the European integration dimension. And all the time it was this European integration aspect which was especially taken care of. And the other aspect was the difference between political and economic results in regional cooperation. Economic results, we can say they were not perfect, but there were many concrete achievements. Regarding political cooperation in the regional context, it was much more complicated because bilateral problems permanently produced crises in multilateral cooperation in the Western Balkans. The multilateral scene was much more successful. Whenever bilateral problems appeared, then also we had problems in the multilateral context. Also, at the low level, cooperation between local communities, cooperation between different agents in the fields that I numbered, it was going rather well. But whenever we came to bilateral relations, then the problems would appear. And unfortunately, it was the crisis even at the multilateral level was shown at this Brdo-Briuni summit last week. When I had the impression that we were in the time machine and that we came to the period when preceded the dissolution of former Yugoslavia, unfortunately. Then we had we can say that we had also obstacles to regional cooperation. As I said, oscillating bilateral political relations and open issues, lack of appropriate institutional, human, financial capacities to support political willingness, meaning that commitments are not always coupled with tools needed to reach the objectives, problems of intragovernmental coordination in the Western Balkan countries, fragmentation, lack of coordination at the regional level, physical barriers to better communication, uneven development of different areas of cooperation. Then we have challenges. Political will is crucial. Then necessity to address regional cooperation in a more strategic manner, developments within EU and further evolution of the EU enlargement policy was permanently the source of encouragement and source of crisis in the regional cooperation. That changes in the broader regional scene and international scene. So, and what are the prospects? Yesterday, there was an interview for EU Observer by Mr. Richard Cooper, who shares the views of Professor Jovic that the region should be completely integrated into the European Union, all Western Balkan 6 together. That this is the only solution to solve the problem of the region, which is completely encircled by the European Union and NATO. That there is no other way to come out from permanent crisis. Then we had a paper of Natalie Tocci recently published about European strategic autonomy. There is also part of the paper devoted to the EU neighborhood and first of all Western Balkans. And her findings are that the process, in fact, the enlargement process is not very successful, that it should be more focused and should make some emergency measures. And otherwise, the governance issues in the region are becoming critical because governance models are now imported not only from the EU, but also from China and Russia, which are completely different from what is expected from our region. There are many papers now about relations, especially of Serbia with China as Chinese partners, and Serbia is treated like a Chinese client. And then there is a problem, somebody already mentioned that, terrible pollution, which is becoming the problem not only for our region, but also from the European countries encircling the region and for the whole European Union. And this pollution is especially intensive, became especially intensive with Chinese investments. So it is becoming dramatic and it is producing a new political dynamics in our region because many civic movements have started to organize themselves around environmental problems, even without relevance, does somebody belongs to the ruling party or not. People at the local level have the same interests. And I think that the elections for Zagreb mayor demonstrated the potential power of green movements in our region. And they started to connect among themselves, started to produce a kind of network all over the region. When we look at the economic and investment plan for the Western Balkans, which is also, there are two main aims of this plan. First of all, to diminish this gap existing between the region and the European Union, which is growing and it is not diminishing. This is one of the main objectives, and the other one is to support and increase regional cooperation. And this is how the whole plan is structured. it is concentrated around several areas where not on the countries, but on the policies and on the specific areas. So it's a new dimension of EU support to the region. With all deficiencies that Dushan mentioned, it is still a kind of framework in which Western Balkan will be forced to operate and will be punished if it does not operate, as it was demonstrated last year when Serbia didn't open any chapter. So Montenegro closed only 3 chapters, Serbia 2. Albania, North Macedonia didn't start negotiation, what is a great mistake. They are paying for others in the region. So generally, the scene is not very encouraging, but we have no choice. And the European Union now, with the change attitude of the new administration in the United States, where obviously they will start to act together in different crisis areas, not only in the Western Balkans, but in the Western Balkans specifically, could change the scene. And it is already becoming obvious, especially related to Serbia-Kosovo negotiations. There is no more this interplay between the European Union and the United States. And hopefully, we are going to put again all Western Balkan 6 players into this framework and start to produce some results, because otherwise, as many analysts warned, especially in the last few months, that the atmosphere in bilateral relations in the region and between different groups of countries in the region could produce new conflicts. So we, the scenarios that Professor Jovic offered, we have no much choice. Status quo, conflicts, or European integration. Status quo cannot remain endlessly. Status quo produces crisis. So the only sound exit from the actual situation is renewed forces towards European integration, what wouldn't be easy, but some mechanisms are offered, and we are expecting to see how they are going to work. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Minich. We'll collect the questions after the next presentation of Dr. Will Bartlett. So Dr. Uильям Бартлетт is the visiting senior fellow of LSEE Research on Southeastern Europe, London School of Economics and Political Science from London, UK. He has been lecturer at the universities of Southampton, Bath and Bristol, the professor of social economics at the University of Bristol. He has been engaged as senior economic advisor to the European Commission in Kosovo and as a consultant to the British Council, UNDP, UNICEF, and other international organizations. He holds the position of professor and editor-in-chief of the refereed journal Economic Annals at the Faculty of Economics, University of Belgrade. So Dr. Bartlett, you're welcome, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. I'm going to talk about the barriers to backward spillovers from FDI in the Western Balkans, and ask whether the proposed common regional market action plan will help in promoting these backward spillovers, which I believe are very important for economic development in the region. And we've heard how the regional cooperation has developed over time and has been continuing over the last decade or more. And the latest incarnation of this is the proposal, which was has been adopted since November last year for a common regional market, and an action plan has been developed to try to create an economic space in the Western Balkans, which will sort of mimic the economic space in the EU. And therefore, the idea being, I think, that this would make it much easier for the countries to integrate, because they will have already been practicing many of the themes that characterize the European EU single market. So there's several elements to this action plan. I'm going to focus on two of them. One is for creating a regional investment area, and the other is for creating a regional industrial and innovation area. Alongside this, there are a couple of other important elements. One is the regional trade area, which is basically building on CEFTA, the free trade agreement, which already exists and has been very effective in increasing trade, intra-regional trade between the countries of the Western Balkans over the last decade, and has had very noticeable positive impact in that respect. And creating a regional digital area, integrating the economies into the pan-European digital market. So anyway, the focus of this talk is on investment and on the foreign investment flows into the region, and how these foreign investors interact with the local economies and the local businesses. My question really is this increase in foreign investment, is it transformative? Is it something which will change the structure and nature of the economies and help to integrate them into not just the European economy, but the global economy, and create a boost to productivity and sustainable growth? So, and that would then lead to, presumably, to convergence, the convergence issue that Dushan was talking about earlier, and stressing the importance of convergence to success in European integration. So the first of these elements, the region of the common regional market, the regional investment area, is an idea that the region as a whole should aim to have a regional approach to attracting foreign investment, and that foreign investment should be viewed as something which can be drawn into the regional market. I mean, what's been happening so far is that much of the foreign investment has gone into Serbia, and this is actually creating a divergence within the region between an industrial regeneration in some countries, Serbia, North Macedonia, and leaving the other countries behind in that respect. So there's a sort of division between the service economies of the region, which are essentially Kosovo, Albania, and Montenegro, and the manufacturing economies of the region, which are essentially North Macedonia, Serbia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina to some extent. So I'll talk about that a little bit more later. And then there's another aspect of this regional investment area, which I'm not going to talk about, which is the idea that it's important to stimulate innovation. And all the countries of the region have developed, I think they all have, most of them anyway, have developed smart specialization plans. And this is the new sort of EU mantra for industrial policy and regional policy, smart specialization. And the idea that you can sort of upgrade the production structure through identifying specific sectors which are of, have high prospects, and you can invest in those sectors and you can upgrade them with new technology. So, you know, this is a sort of return really to sort of more Keynesian sort of ideas, you know, targeted industrial policies and picking winners and all that sort of thing. So the second element of the Common Regional Market Action Plan is called the Regional Industrial and creating the Regional Industrial and Innovation Area. And so this builds on the investment part, and it focuses very much on developing what are called regional value chains or regional supply chains. And this means trying to connect the local businesses to the new foreign investors which are coming in. So, for example, you know, a foreign investor comes into Serbia. We all know about the Fiat company in Kragujevac, but there are other foreign investors coming in particularly in the motor car industry, and they are producing components and selling them back to the motor car industries and companies in Germany and other European countries. And part of the production process is taking place in Serbia. So this is an opportunity for local businesses to get involved in these European value chains or European supply chains. And the focus in the Common Regional Market Plan is on key sectors. This reflects that possibly the smart specialization approach, and the key sectors which are in question are the automotive supply chains, motor cars supply chains, green and circular economy, packaged tourism, the agro-food industry, the creative industries, and the metal processing industries. So those are the industries which are seen as the the growth poles for the future. And in addition to that, I think importantly, but I'm not going to talk about it, is support for youth entrepreneurship and female entrepreneurship, which is something which could be a strong boost to growth alongside all of these things. So these two elements of the common regional market, the investment area and the regional industrial innovation area are going to be developed supposedly over the next 4 years or so. And they build upon existing developments. And I mentioned earlier the increase in foreign investment, which has taken place in Serbia and North Macedonia in recent years. And this is has come about as a result of indigenous industrial policies which have been developed in Serbia and in North Macedonia, not really in the other countries in the region, but and it's based upon, first of all, the establishment of special economic zones, which are basically export processing zones in which foreign companies have special privileges, low or zero corporation taxes, exemptions from VAT, exemptions from customs and excise duties and so on, plus subsidies for setting up factories and subsidies for employing workers. And so in Serbia, 14 of these special economic zones have been established, and in Macedonia, 8 of these economic zones have been established. And there are similar zones in Bosnia, but they're not very effective, and not much of effective for actual implementation of this sort of policy in the other countries. So it's very much focusing on Serbia and North Macedonia. So what's happened has been, the result of this has been over the last decade, or at least over the last 6 or 7 years, a huge increase in foreign investment flows into the region. So in Serbia, for example, foreign investment has increased from 4.1% of GDP in 2004 to an inflow of 7.2% of GDP in 2019. So it's not quite a doubling, but it's almost a doubling. And this is, it's very significant inflows. I mean, Dushan was talking earlier about the significance of the big inflows of finance and capital from the EU cohesion and regional social funds and so on. But this is much more significant. It's at 7.2% inflow of foreign capital in 2019. In North Macedonia, not quite a strong increase, but an increase from 2.3% to 3.5% of GDP over the same period. And this has brought around a transformation of these economies to quite a large degree, and as can be seen by the falling unemployment rates. So, for example, in Serbia, the unemployment rate fell from 24.6% in 2012 to 9.5% in last year, in 2020. So that's a reduction, more than 50% reduction in the unemployment rate, probably more like 60 or 70%. Similarly, in North Macedonia, the unemployment rate has fallen from 31% to 16%. And although there's been some decrease in the other countries, it's not by so much. For example, in Albania, unemployment's fallen from 13% to 12%, so hardly at all. Montenegro, 20% to 18%, so not very much. So it seems that this foreign investment inflow has had a massive impact on labour markets. And there's a strong correlation between the inflow of foreign investment and the fall of unemployment. I mentioned earlier that these investors are basically export processing, outward export processing investments. And what it means is that they import some raw materials and components. They do some work on those components or raw materials and then re-export them. And probably about 80% of the imports or 90% of the imports into these companies are actually of the value added of these companies actually due to working on imported goods rather than working on goods supplied by local companies. And so the impact on exports has been tremendous. I mean, it reflects the same sort of pattern that the exports of goods from North Macedonia and Serbia has more or less doubled over this period, whereas the exports of goods from the other countries hasn't changed very much. But at the same time, imports have increased at a similar rate. So it's sort of importing some stuff from Europe, from Germany very often, doing a little bit of work on it and exporting it. So it gives a great boost to exports. It looks really good for exports. It gives a big boost to the labour market, so unemployment rates fall, but effectively has no long, deep impact on the local economies. It doesn't transform the local economies in any way. These are the sort of, not exactly white elephants, but they are, distinct enclaves from the domestic economy. We've done a little bit, we did some research in a project for the European Commission looking at these special economic zones in these two countries a couple of years ago. And we did a lot of interviews with some colleagues from Kosovo and Bosnia. We worked on this evidence of these spillover effects from foreign investors into local economies. There's a few examples of local companies which have benefited greatly from being able to get supply contracts with foreign investors. And very often that involves a transfer of technology, a training of the staff of the local companies, and it makes a huge difference and a huge impact to the productivity of those companies in those particular localities. So, but it's very rare that happens. And so I think what needs to happen, and what the promise of this common regional market is, and the intention to develop local value chains, is precisely to do that, to develop the small business sector in the economies, to enable them, to upgrade them so they can supply these new foreign investors, and to embed the effects of foreign investment into the local economies. And if this doesn't happen, I mean, the great danger is that this will be a sort of, you know, a very transitory phenomenon, that these investors are looking around the world for the cheapest locations. And it so happened that in the mid 2010s, the Western Balkans was the cheapest location because of the mass unemployment. Wage rates were incredibly low. So it was very promising, it was very profitable for a German company to set up in a special economic zone in Serbia, benefit from zero profits tax, high level of subsidies. And in fact, the level of subsidies was so high that practically all the investment costs were taken care of by the Serbian government. And so it's a very good deal for the foreign investors in those sort of circumstances. But you know, in a few years' time, in 5 years' time, when the unemployment has fallen back down to European levels, wages will go up, and these companies will move elsewhere. You know, they'll move to Ethiopia or somewhere, the next location where they can find cheap labor and reduce their costs and make big profit. So the conclusion is basically that the existing investment has taken place. It has been transformative, but it's created very weak backward linkages and backward and spillovers to local economies. And very few of these companies source their inputs locally. And the what should happen is this common regional market policy is very important if it can actually bring about an upgrading of local business capacities to supply the new foreign investors and embed the impact of foreign investment into the local economy. So that the foreign investors, first of all, they don't want to leave when the wages rise. Secondly, if they do leave, there will be some sustained long-lasting impact on the local economies, which will enable the local businessmen to take over directly the supply chain to the EU economy. Okay, so that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Please, dear colleagues, you're welcome to ask questions to Dr. Minich and Dr. Bartlett. Okay, then I will ask questions to both participants. The question to Dr. Minich about the support of European movement in Serbia, about the dynamics, how she perceived the changes, possible changes of the support for European integration in Serbia among the population and among the young compatriots. As for presentation of Mr. Bartlett, I would like to ask him about this innovation spillovers, localization indices. Do we have any example of the growth of localization indices in these countries? Because when we compare the biggest factories and its possibility to be involved in the local territorial, we single out that the localization indexes are very low and they're not growing at all. And as for the export platforms, you spoke about the need to be involved in the value chains, European value chains, regional value chains. But if we, for example, take the latest recent statistics for Slovenian export, for Serbian export, we found out that the biggest exporter in Slovenian Hisense, Chinese company. The biggest exporters in Serbia are also two Chinese companies, Seijin, that produce copper ore, and the company that controls the the company that controls the Smederevo plant, producer of iron cast and steel. So maybe it's time to think about the involvement in the Chinese value chains, because the biggest investors are now from China, not from European Union. Maybe it's a kind of provocative question. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm mistaken. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes.
Maybe our colleagues would like to ask you some other questions, and then we'll collect them.
Well, shall I start?
Okay, thank you.
Strategic communication is one of the issues mentioned both in the EU documents related to our region, all of them in the declaration from the Zagreb EU Western Balkan Summit. It was almost at the beginning that this is one of the weakest points of the relations between European Union and the region. It is not only the way how we inform about the EU, how we promote the EU, advocate for the EU in our region, but also how the EU is doing this job, promoting itself in our region. And another aspect is how to promote our countries in the European Union. For the first time now, last year, there was a public poll in the European Union, research, public research of the public opinion. And for the first time, people who were citizens who were pro-enlargement were a bit higher than percentage of those who were against. In our countries, the problem is with the young generation, especially in Serbia. The situation is not the same all over the region. There are parts of the region which are strongly pro-European, like Albania, what was already mentioned, Kosovo, North Macedonia, but declining support. In Serbia, the situation is the worst. It's around 50% up and down. But I would like also to mention, it is also in the documents like this economic and investment plan, that the communication was underlined, strategic communication, that this is an important part of the policy. I would just like to mention something that is very important related to the European strategic autonomy, that the inevitable nearshoring in some strategic sectors in the European Union. It doesn't mean closing of the European Union, but the pandemic demonstrated that you cannot export, transfer all important parts of your value chains, but that you have to have some parts of the value chains under your direct control and relatively near. And this is the chance for our region. If this nearshoring will be massive in some sectors, then there is a chance that our region, in fact, take this opportunity. I just have to warn that Chinese investments have corrosive effect also on European investors, investors coming from the EU, when they act in a combined way. And although we accepted European standards in the field of public procurement, but by special laws, we are excluding some decisions on some investments from the normal procedure, and they are becoming closed for any public information, so there is explicit corrosive effect of Chinese investments in Serbia, at least, also on other investors. In this situation, the bigger companies from Serbia, having in mind the general environment, especially attitude of public institutions, public administration, rules, laws, they incline to invest outside of Serbia in the neighboring countries. But this is not enough to establish regional value chains. There is a saturation in the trade, regional trade. We need to be connected to European value chains if we want really to develop further on the closer economic cooperation among our countries.
Thank you, Dr. Minich, for the explanation. And Mr. Bartlett.
Yeah, I mean, just before I answer your question, I just comment on Yelitsa's last point. Obviously, it's the whole key point is to connect the economies to the EU value chains. But the way to do that is to actually connect the economies to the EU value chains, not to connect the foreign investors to the EU value chains, without connecting the economies. So the regional value chains are an integral part of the EU value chain. So a small company, let's say in Struga in North Macedonia, will supply, car seat covers in a special economic zone in Struga, who will then create the car seats to the EU. And the small company creating the seat covers couldn't on its own easily sell those seat covers to a company in the EU. They don't have the power or capacity, the small businesses, to create their own EU value chains. They have to sort of become part of a larger process, and that becoming part of that process is creating linkages between the foreign investors in the countries and the small businesses in the localities, and that's how you get economic development. And so, I mean, the other point is you mentioned the corrosive capital. I mean, I fully agree with that point, but it's not just Chinese. It's been going on for a long time. I mean, the investors from the EU have been part of the corrosive capital system, if you want to call it that. Then those investors who come into special economic zones or benefit from the investment subsidies, they negotiate a subsidy package behind closed doors, and it's completely non-transparent. Nobody knows what's going on, what the subsidy arrangement is. And it's not that, it's just the Chinese that are doing this. It's all the foreign investors. So that's why I think that also with regard to the EU, EU state aid funds coming in through ICA or whatever, it's all feeding into this huge system of corrosive capital, state capture, and behind the doors deals, and non-transparent state aid, non-transparent subsidies, and all this sort of stuff. So that all needs to be, as it were, democratized and opened up. And the EU state aid regulations stipulate that the state aid, not that state aid in itself is bad or shouldn't be carried out, but it should be carried out in a transparent and open way. And that's the whole point. It's the control of the state aid. It's not the state aid itself. And that's the key thing. And just getting on, I think to the original question was about I think it was about specialization, and it was about who are the main exporters? Well, if you look at the structure of exports and how that's changed over the last 10 years, you see very dramatic changes. And what's basically happened is that the machinery and transport equipment sector has boomed in exports, and the raw materials and manufactured goods classified by materials have shrunk. So if Chinese investors come in and they buy up the Bor copper working mine in Serbia, or if He Steel comes in and buys the defunct steel producer in Serbia, it's not surprising that they have sort of massive increase in the exports of raw materials and steel in that one small sector. But it doesn't mean that just because they have become suddenly big exporters that actually it's transforming the whole sector or the whole picture of what's going on in terms of industrial restructuring. And the industrial restructuring is very clearly away from raw materials and processed raw materials towards high-level machinery and transport equipment and chemical production. So chemical production has shot up in North Macedonia. Machinery and transport equipment has shot up in Serbia and North Macedonia. And there's a couple of other interesting examples. Processed foods from Serbia, raw materials, strangely, from Montenegro. But that's only because the processed raw materials have collapsed, presumably related to the aluminium processor. And in Kosovo, the miscellaneous manufacturers have actually done quite well, but from a very low base. So I mean, there's lots and lots of restructuring going on, but I think the main story is still the EU, despite the new investors from China and elsewhere.
Misha, if you're still around, I'd like to ask for permission to come in with a question, because I can't see you on the... No,
his baby's taking him away somewhere.
Dushan, yeah. there was a written message, Dushan, that he has problems with the connection. So just go ahead, I would say.
Let's do some self-management, right? Some upravljanje, if you agree. Good. I'd like to come in with 3 comments. I think that it's most important what William has said about the transitory phenomenon of the FDIs coming to the region, especially to Serbia. And the authorities are trying to increase their popularity by repeating it again and again how much Serbia, of course not Macedonia, have changed because of the foreign direct investments. But this change could be with a very bad ending. And this is something what the political opposition in Serbia, the others don't seem to comprehend at all. At least they're not using it in the discourse. Where I disagree a little bit with William is the role of foreign direct investments in reducing unemployment. It's there, but I think the demographic decline in the region has had an even more important role. One will have to look into the data to see exactly what's happening. But last year alone, Serbia had 50,000 more deaths than births. And this tendency of a demographic depletion of the region is going on since many, many, many years. Combined with outward migration, it leads to a situation where you can't find labor any longer. I have a friend who has a little vineyard close to Belgrade, and he paid his workers ahead to help him with the vineyard. And one day they were not there any longer. All of them were gone to Germany to pick asparagus. So the situation is that even, brings me to my second point, even Елица, with the inevitable nearshoring of production chains and supply chains, the problem is that you will not find enough qualified labor to come in there. And also maybe the story of inevitable nearshoring is a little bit of a hype in papers. As an avid reader of the Financial Times, I've read a couple of articles in which they've pointed out that China still plays absolutely the same role in the supply chains as it used to play before the pandemic. And there are no indications of a decline. And my third comment is on regional cooperation. Yes, this sounds very nice, and it reestablishes contacts, and it gives the local politicians a lot of face time among each other. However, it's not the instrument which is going to move the region forward. The region has a combined GDP of the size of Slovakia, and they can't produce enough accumulation with this regional cooperation to move forward. They need, as William has said, they need money from the European Union. However, and I'm repeating myself, the money coming from the European Union is a dot, a speck. It's not really helping transform the region. And I'm talking about state aid, about public money. Again, the figures. In the next 7 years, the region will receive 500 euros per capita in development aid from the European Union. Croatia will receive 5,200 and Greece 5,700. So that the wall, the socio-economic wall, is going to rise, and it will not be compensated by regional cooperation. And the people will rush outside, because this is the only possibility to have in your lifetime a better life. Sorry for playing irregularly with Cassandra, but I must admit that I have a little bit of a nausea when I listen in Brussels to the people here in the institutions churning out positive scenarios for the region and the European perspective and so on. Dan said at the beginning that 30 years are about the timeline to look back and see what you have achieved. And it's been 30 years since the disintegration of Yugoslavia, and we've seen that the region is still in a free fall.
Okay, shall I answer that? I don't think the region is in free fall. In the 2020s, there's been quite strong. In 2010s, there was very strong economic growth, and you had the economic crisis, and then the problem of recovery from that. And everybody was recommending export-led growth. They're saying there won't be, previously it was all based on inflow of foreign capital, and we need our own indigenous development, export-based growth, and so on, export-led growth. And that's exactly what happened. The exports have boomed in the 2020s, and the economic growth has recovered faster than the EU. There was convergence taking place until the COVID crisis came along. But even in that respect, probably some of the countries have done quite well, like Serbia actually hasn't been so far yet terribly much affected by that. Montenegro has been massively badly affected because of the collapse of the tourism industry. The service industries are the ones that were badly affected because they rely upon people being able to meet each other, whereas the more industrial production industries and perhaps possibly not so badly affected, although obviously there is an effect, but we're talking about not a catastrophe or a free fall or anything like that. So I think there are economic prospects, and it all depends, of course, what happens in many different aspects. But I wouldn't be so sort of negative about the economic prospects for the region. I think catch up is potentially there if the right policies are adopted. And to my mind, the foreign investments has been a sort of success. I mean, however skeptical one might be about foreign investors and about all the subsidies and so on, nevertheless, it has led to a reduction in these very high levels of mass unemployment, which were there 10 years ago. I mean, the situation was terrible. I mean, Bosnia had 60% youth unemployment in 10 years ago. It's come right down, and there's a big problem of marginalized youth, so-called NEETs, the young people neither in employment, education, or training. And that's a huge problem because, and the low level, I mean, what you said about your example, your friend, he said he didn't, as I heard it, couldn't find labor. He couldn't find labor with the right skills. And it's the skills that are the problem as well. A lot of the foreign investors are employing low-skilled workers, and there's plentiful low-skilled workers, but there's not enough skilled workers. And that's partly a result of the education system and the disaster of the vocational education system and the vocational schools and the elitism of the secondary education system, which pumps money into the elite, gymnasia, grammar schools, and completely neglects and abandoned the vocational schools. And those vocational schools, they used to have strong links to the industries in former Yugoslavia. It was a great system, great education system. But when those industries were privatized and when they collapsed, then the schools were left stranded. So, I mean, I've been into a vocational school in Belgrade where, they have this great auditorium where they've got all these machine tools, and they've got a small group of 20, probably would have taught 200 young people in former Yugoslavia. And now it's got 20 people, 20 young kids in the corner around a machine tool, and that's the only people, the only ones that are sort of interested in that. And then most of them are interested in computer-assisted design. So you go into the computer room, and it's full of these ancient computers that they can't run modern graphic design programs on them. They're sort of struggling to get the programs loaded. And then you go into the design class, and they're supposed to be a sort of metalworking class, and they haven't got the raw materials, and they're working with paper cutouts. So, and you only need to look at the, sorry, I'm going on a bit about this because I've got a hobby horse about it, but you only need to look at the latest PISA results, the PISA, OECD's PISA survey, to see how the decline in the secondary education systems in the region. So it's a question of skilled labor. It's not labor as such.
May I add something? Because obviously prevailed in our discussion prevailed some kind of disappointment with regional cooperation, but we are speaking mostly on economic cooperation. There are many other fields. We have police cooperation, we have judiciary cooperation, we have military cooperation in our region. We have many fields, and there are concrete achievements. Next month there will be no roaming charges for communication in the region. Then we had these green lanes during the pandemic, which introduced a new practice in moving goods all over the region. Then the regional institutions identified an energy scene in the region and defined policies, and they are alarmed the situations which produce incidents or wrong policies. Without transport to the community before Southeast Europe Transport Observatory, it wouldn't be possible to have the connectivity agenda at all, because they did the job. In the transport community, the preparation of all these projects that are circulating. Then there are many efforts to, in fact, establish labor market, regional labor market. This mutual recognition of diplomas, of qualifications for special professions. But we cannot escape of import labor force. And that is what I heard from business people in Serbia, that they have import labor force and that they are negotiating with Indians to import Indian labor force. They are already import Turkish labor force. So the scene is, how to say, very diversified in this regional cooperation. And when people meet, business are the most interested for regional cooperation, they find a way, because great part of the market is local, limited in the region, like tourism, for example. Most of tourists are from the region, in the regional countries. And finally, in the Balkan barometer, citizens in the region, but also business community, they appreciate very much regional cooperation, and the higher percentage of them consider regional cooperation as useful than those who assess cooperation with the EU as useful. What could sound strange, but this is what we got through Balkan barometer. So citizens and business community have the assessment that regional cooperation is useful and necessary. We have Mihal with us. Could somebody take his role?
Maybe I should do that, because I will be chairing the next session, and I think we are quite, I think, already into the time of this next session. So perhaps, I don't know, just as a temporary chairperson, perhaps maybe I could just invite if there is any last minute comment or so, and if not, then probably move on to the next session. I mean, or shall we wait before to see whether our real host and legitimate host comes back before that? I mean, what do you think? Are there any further questions and comments on this one?
Yeah, I think you should move on.
Yeah, that's my understanding. So thank you very much once again for this great panel, and which has obviously produced a lot of interest, and thanks both the presenters and to everyone participating. Okay, shall we move on then in this self-managing mode? I'm asked to chair and actually moderate this next session, which is session number 2, looking backward the factors of Yugoslavia's breakup. And we will have on the program 3 panelists or introductory speakers. I would really ask them to try to say what they want to say within the allocated time, which is 15 minutes. And so without further ado, I think we should, I would invite Professor Milica Uvalic, who is, of course, professor of international history, international economics, I think, and politics, right? I mean, I'm using my knowledge of her field of interests at the University of Perugia. Certainly, she's one of participants and authors within this Legacy of Yugoslavia book, which interested me very much. And she had a chapter on what happened to Yugoslav economic model, which I think was very exciting and very helpful for our understanding. She will be talking today on the breakup of Yugoslavia and in particular the role of economic factors. After Milica, we have Dr. Goran Nikolic, Senior Research Associate of the Institute of European Studies, the author of the book Economics in the Crisis, and then Dr. Vladimir Trapara, Research Fellow at the Institute of International Politics and Economics in Belgrade, who wrote the book on Russia-US relationship between 2009 and 2012. So he's more of an expert on Russian issues, but I mean, very useful from that point of view then to hear his views on the causes of Yugoslavia's creation and the breakup, what holds us together and keeps us apart. So Milica, it's my great pleasure to give you the microphone.
Thank you, Dejan. Is there an echo? No. Anyway, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Mikhail Lobanov is not here with us yet. He hasn't returned, but it's really a great occasion to discuss some of the issues about Yugoslavia 30 years later on this occasion of the 30th anniversary. And I have to say that I'm much more frequently invited to talk about the present moment, about what is happening to the region, why it is lagging behind, and so on. So I thought that it would be much more, and I have myself worked on regional cooperation, I think my whole life from. Precisely because it's 30 years of disintegration of Yugoslavia, I thought it would be interesting to sort of recall what was happening in those times. And I think Dejan's lecture at the beginning of this conference was really recalling us the various transitions and all the problems faced by Yugoslavia at that time. And just one element that I would like to add to Dejan's brilliant analysis of those times is major support that existed within Yugoslavia for the political and economic regime. When you discuss the absence of 1989, it was also because people in Yugoslavia were certainly more satisfied with what they had, the standard of living, and they were, it was different than Poland or Bulgaria or Czechoslovakia. If I may just add my main support for Dushan Relich's exposition as well. Somehow, what is frequently not sufficiently emphasized in the discussions about how little is going to the Western Balkans is everything that was happening in the 1990s. In the 1990s, the Central East European countries got a lot of money. They got a lot of support from the European Union, which automatically also helped them attract foreign investors, develop their industries, restructure, and so on. So somehow there is too little money going towards the region, and I cannot but share in full what Dusan was saying. And finally, regarding first Yelica Minich's recalling of everything that has been done in the sphere of regional cooperation. Of course, we cannot but see that there have been many achievements, despite the fact that perhaps we would have liked to see more, etc. And finally, I'm just running because I will be talking on another issue, but I fully agree with Will Bartlett's conclusion that FDI is a temporary solution. FDI are volatile, and the region, all the countries really need to move to much more internal sources of finance, supporting SMEs, but also the system of education, etc. Anyway, I was very inspired by all these very good presentations, and now let me just move 30 years backwards. It will be 30 years since Yugoslavia disintegrated now, practically in mid-June 2021, and somehow still today, after 30 years, there's so many issues that remain controversial, even regarding some of the economic issues. Of course, Yugoslavia was very specific. It had a very specific model. It was not only a socialist economy, it was a self-managed economy with many different features with respect to other countries in Eastern Europe. It had unique international relations, which also helped economic development and so on. And there is no doubt that this model of development brought many achievements. Dushan Relich mentioned the very fast economic development that Yugoslavia had throughout most of its post-Second World War period, if we exclude only the 1980s that were terrible. But also, of course, I could talk about what was achieved for a long time, but there were also quite a few failures, and we have to recall that Yugoslavia was not able to avoid some of the problems typical of the market economy, including unemployment and inflation, especially of the 1960s. And Yugoslavia also based at least a part of its development on reliance on foreign capital. This was also mentioned by Dushan earlier. In fact, we see that especially during the 1970s, Yugoslavia's external debt increased tremendously. And that is why, in fact, this actually led to the debt crisis in 1981, when Yugoslavia was no longer able to finance its foreign obligations. That's how the IMF arrived and so on. And that's how we had a decade of very bad economic performance. But among the main failures is probably the issue of increasing regional economic disparities, as all the policies that had been implemented did not succeed in reducing the economic gap that existed between the developed parts of the country and the less developed. And so this is certainly one of the problems that very much contributed to the breakup of Yugoslavia, in addition to a few others that I will discuss in a minute. So let me start with these regional differences, the uneven level of economic development within Yugoslavia, which in my view is the main economic factor that contributed to its disintegration. We see that the gap between social product per capita, social product was the main macroeconomic aggregate that was used in Yugoslavia before 1991. The social product between the more developed and the less developed republics and regions actually increased. Of course, there were many policies that were supposed to reduce the gap, and the most important was, of course, the fund for the development of the less developed republics, Bosnia, Macedonia, and Montenegro, and the region of Kosovo, to which all the republics were obliged to contribute something like a bit less than 2% of their income. And initially, this financial assistance was in the form of grants, but afterwards, during the 1970s, it took the form of loans at highly preferential terms. In addition, there were also specific instruments that try to stimulate enterprises from the north to actually invest directly in enterprises in the less developed parts of the country. And of course, there were also additional instruments of redistribution, budgetary transfers, loans intended for specific recipients like exporters, farmers, which were given at highly preferential terms. There was the clearing system of payments in foreign trade with the CMA countries, which favored exporters and penalized importers. And so these were all instruments to enable a reallocation of resources in favor of the less developed. But we see, as I already mentioned, that the gap actually increased throughout the years. It increased from 5 to 1 the gap in social product per capita increased from 5 to 1 in 1955 to 8 to 1 in 1989 between Slovenia and Kosovo. So in 1990, just before the breakup of Yugoslavia, Slovenia, with 8% of Yugoslavia's population, produced 16% of Yugoslav social product and contributed over 25% of total exports of Yugoslavia, while Kosovo, also representing the same 8% of Yugoslavia's population, contributed only 2% of Yugoslav GDP and around 1% of exports and imports. And of course, these regional issues are very much linked to an ongoing debate about who was exploiting whom within Yugoslavia. This is something I wrote about a long time ago, because somehow all the republics seemed dissatisfied. The more developed republics were feeling exploited because of the obligatory transfer of funds to the less developed republics that often remained outside of their direct control, and therefore were also often used in an inefficient way, but also other policies, for example, the retention of foreign exchange from tourism or from exports and so on. But the same dissatisfied position was also held by the less developed parts of Yugoslavia, because they considered that they had unfavorable terms of trade deriving from the structure of their economies, namely a large share of production in basic industries, which were characterized by lower efficiency, in combination with distortions of prices, usually lower prices in these sectors with respect to highly developed manufacturing. And there was, of course, also limited mobility of capital and labor, weak inter-republican integration, and increasing tendency towards the fragmentation of the Yugoslav market. And this debate was actually revived. There was a revival of this debate in the 1980s when the economic crisis came. There was revival because of increasing nationalism, which we're all aware of, and also in the memorandum of the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts. In fact, one of the facts that was one of the issues that was very much emphasized was that Serbia was discriminated against both economically and politically. Now, running quickly to the other things I wanted to say about this integration, the second most important for constitution, the constitution, as we all know, discretionary powers to the republics in most areas, most economic policies, fiscal policy, employment policies, welfare policies, prices, use of foreign currency. This ample decentralization, which came with the 1974 constitution, really reinforced a form of economic nationalism within Yugoslavia, which led to uncoordinated investment strategies, the duplication of factories in many sectors, rising regional autarky and fragmentation of the Yugoslav market, as evidenced by, for example, the slightly falling share in trade among the republics. And then the third factor that is certainly very much responsible for the breakup of Yugoslavia is the economic crisis of the 1980s. After the second oil shock in 1979, Yugoslavia was simply faced with a number of problems. It was no longer able to finance its debt. It entered the deep recession. And so we see a whole decade of stagnating economic growth, rising unemployment, falling real wages, increasing inflationary pressures, shortages of many basic items, of course, along with all the political problems after Tito's death and rising nationalism. And of course, what the last Prime Minister of Yugoslavia, Ante Marković, tried to do with the last stabilization program that he launched in 1989 was simply not sufficient, and it was regarded as contrary to the interests of all the republics. In fact, each republic had some reason to be dissatisfied. So at a certain point, we had the tremendous situation that developed from 1990 or even 1989 onwards, that republics stopped transferring taxes to the federal budget. There were special taxes introduced on products coming from Slovenia and Croatia. There was a currency war with increasing shortages of foreign currency and withdrawals of from bank accounts. There was the raid on the monetary system when banks, in fact, surpassed by high limits the credit expansion limits that set by the National Bank of Yugoslavia. So progressive abuse of federal obligations. What are the three main elements that have great contributed to the disintegration of Yugoslavia? Really point to the fact that there were already strong elements in favor of the breakup. Yugoslavia was not an optimal monetary and economic union. On the contrary, many factors were pushing the country towards fragmentation and greater self-sufficiency of its constituent parts. There was no convergence in incomes within Yugoslavia, but on the contrary, there was continuous divergence in the levels of income between the more developed and the less developed parts of the country. What I wrote in '93 in an article, therefore almost 30 years ago, I will repeat it now. I think that if it had not been for the progressive worsening of the political situation, these economic factors alone may not have necessarily led to the disintegration of Yugoslavia. But in combination with the worsening of the political situation, of course, these economic disputes became an additional and very important reason for the breakup. What was actually missing at that time was simply, of course, a political will to stay together. Anyway, I may be running out of time, but I'm coming to the end. Despite everything that I have said about the fragmentation of the Yugoslav economy and certain factors in that direction, the level of economic interdependence among the Yugoslav republics was still greater than frequently sustained in the political discussions then, but also now, today. If you look at trade statistics, and I think there's actually a paper that will be discussing this issue later on by one of our colleagues, trade statistics show that the Yugoslav republics had an important part of their trade devoted to inter-republican trade. That inter-republican trade remained more important than trade with the outside world, at least in certain periods of Yugoslavia's history. Exports to the other republics actually represented a higher share of overall trade than exports abroad. Since the breakup of Yugoslavia, the economic relations between its successor states have, of course, been based on different realities. They have changed drastically, but we still see that some economic links have been maintained, but many new economic links have been established in the meantime, starting from the Stability Pact that initiated many regional cooperation initiatives to today's common regional market. There has been an intensification of regional cooperation within the RCC with certainly many achievements which Jelitza talked about. So today, from today's perspective, 30 years later, after Yugoslavia's breakup, what can we say about the Yugoslav experience? In the first place, I would say that Yugoslavia really shows how it is very difficult to go ahead with a project if you do not have a governance mechanism at the federal level that is actually efficient. In fact, the failure to create such a governance mechanism at the federal level is the main reason why, in fact, there were these diverging forces within Yugoslavia, and the policies did not deliver some of the initial expectations. There was no political will on the part of the constituent parts of Yugoslavia to actually surrender economic parts of their economic sovereignty. And so, of course, it could not have worked. But another major lesson from the Yugoslav experience is that the costs of disintegration of larger political and economic entities can be extremely high and unpredictable, especially in the case of the breakup of multinational, multi-ethnic and multicultural countries like was Yugoslavia. Because although it was hoped that political independence of the former Yugoslav republics would facilitate the attainment of important political objectives, enable fast economic development and quick entry into the EU, these objectives have actually, in most cases, been achieved only very partially. Of course, Slovenia is in the European Union today, also Croatia, but somehow, if you look at the outcome in terms of economic development of most of these countries, I think that the outcome is really quite disappointing. But of course, probably the benefits of political independence are have been considered then and also today are considered much more important than the very high economic costs of disintegration. So I end here.
Okay.
I hope I haven't talked
too
much,
thank you.
because
Thank you.
in fact we're running very late. So
yes. We have all moved to Moscow time, I think, so 1 hour. But anyway, thank you so much. Let's see, was socialist Yugoslavia an economic failure? Goran Nikolic should help us to explain that. And let me just say that whenever I go to Belgrade, I see all these new developments with Belgrade waterfront, but somehow people forget that on the other side of the river, there is a big new Belgrade. So this is maybe a good starting point to see, or maybe to compare the landmark achievements of two different periods. Goran, it's you now.
Thank you very much. I hope you are seeing my PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, we do.
It is okay?
Yeah.
And with my basic thesis, because I have done some not so large research, and my basic thesis is the key reason for the breakup of Yugoslavia was lack of solid national or state narrative, and dissolution of Yugoslavia was inevitable in any democratic regime. And regarding, for example, economic aspect of this, we can see, for example, that especially in the last 25 years of the socialist Yugoslavia, that practically any cohesive, any strong instrument of policy was monetary policy, and there is practically fiscal policy was very laws as well as policy regarding development of some region and so on. I would now begin with beginning of socialist Yugoslavia, and I have a veoma, I would say, harsh stance toward the Broz so-called autonomous policy, and my opinion is that it was very, very hazardous policy, and willingness of the regime, socialist regime in Yugoslavia, with Broz and his entourage to risk was very high, and I think that we have we were lucky to avoid some very, very huge human casualties because of this policy, because the Soviet invasion, for example, which was considered in the Kremlin during the Stalin era, would be so strong, and there was no chance for Yugoslavia to defend itself. But the regime was ready at any case to defend its own position, not interest of the country. It's my stance. When we coming to economic consequence of, I called it self-isolation. It was catastrophic, not catastrophic, but very expensive. And we practically formed some socialist regime, which was very similar to other socialist regime, but for the need of the regime, it was named self-management of something similar, and for the legitimization of one-party dictatorship, Yugoslavian regime must invent non-alignment movement, self-management, and so on. And it is, of course, it is not only to protect power, but generally these two inventions were very inefficient, and it was some form of way it presents itself as avant-garde and so on in the world. And to be true, it has some success, but it was very, very costly for our citizens who voted for the West with their own feet. What is result? Result is that in the end, Yugoslavia came to the end of Cold War as friends, with centrifugal external influence, and what is the most important, conflicting interest of the republics and constitutional and other nations. We can see in this slide different data I took, and it is clear that expansion of friendship with the Third War was totally irrational, excluding part which was directed for import of energy, and it was rational because Yugoslavia was, and today countries successors are dependent of import of energens, and but everything other is economically irrational, and we can see today when I think we have de facto returned to the geographical structure of the trade before 1941, and all countries from the former Yugoslavia have, for example, trade with African countries accounting for 1% of total trade, and it is a right measure of the trade with this continent. I would argue that big problem was lack of FDIs, and associated with this transfer of modern technologies, especially from the West, of course. And although Yugoslavia has some law that allowed some joint ventures, it was with limited success. To add, we had often a very, very bad relationship, especially with West Germany in several years, which was a consequence of our foreign policy, and it was very expensive for our economy. This slide is about so-called high living standard in the Yugoslavia and during 70s and so on, and it is overstated, and it is a consequence of irrational debt which was accumulated in these years, and I would say that it was probably only about 5 or so years that Yugoslavia had a better living standard, and people have to rely on these experiences of famous tourist tour to Trieste, possibility to have Coca-Cola, to buy modern cars and so on, and to have a possibility to go abroad to listen rock music and so on. But I think it was de facto nothing in economic sense. And what is fact is that rate of Yugoslav economic growth is only higher than one in Hungary in the 4 decades beginning from 1950s. And I compare the Yugoslavia in this case with other Eastern European countries. When it comes to companies, they were formally social, but really state-owned. And what is consequence that firms in Yugoslavia were even more uncompetitive than those in the Eastern Bloc, and it is because some social aspect of ownership is even more complicated and more inefficient than that of the Soviet Union and satellite states. What is good in this? It is paradoxical, and it is that Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, that is alliance of the economic alliance of the Eastern Bloc, was associated with relatively good results of our foreign trade, and because they accounted for 40% on average of our trade in that time, and it was trade that today is 3 times lesser. And what is important that this kind of trade was about goods of low quality, and our deterioration of foreign trade balance is associated with progress of this country. When it comes to country of the third world, Yugoslavia even invested in some countries like Libya, Iraq, and most of its claim are not realized at the end. To be true, to be honest, we have some soft loans, remittances from the West, and I would argue that remittances since the half of 1960s was the large factor contributed for the relatively solid performances in the period after, because we haven't a drastic account when price of oil and gas are in question. This discount was available for the Eastern Europe countries. What is a fact is that Yugoslavian economy has growing debt, and finally in the 1982 our government collapsed, and it was de facto debt crisis. And we know that because of the some drastic measure of the government of Milka Planinc is the most well known.
Goran, if I may just remind you of time, 2 more minutes if possible, please.
Okay. When it comes to our emigration, it was very, very high, and in spite of that, our unemployment rate climbed. The crisis of 1980s associated with foreign debt decreased our GDP per capita growth to 0 in these years. And I have done some research regarding what is the situation today. Is there sense for the deepen economic cooperation between Western Balkan economies? I analyzed the structural change in bilateral trade flows between these economies to 2018, and I analyzed the structural change in the trade between these countries, and I calculated intra-industry trade indexes, coefficient, export concentration coefficient, and so on. And what is result we can see in this graph is that share of merchandise trade between Western Balkan states is decreasing. And it is for me expected, because European Union is much more important for all these countries, because they have a very similar structure, and it is not very good for the trade. Standard Gruber-Lloyd index, and you can see that even intra-industry trade decreased, contrary to the total intra-industry trade of these countries in intra-industry trade with the EU. And declining trade patterns between Western Balkan states indicates that there is not a lot of space for any other kind of economic integration. And we can say, we can see in this graph, okay, 1 minute. We can see in this graph the trade structure between countries in Western Balkans. And I would conclude that we can argue that, especially having in mind the tendency of Western Balkan export as both total and to EU, which had a significant improvement in the period under review, the basic assumption of this my part of article can be accepted, and this is that there is not a lot of space for deepening economic cooperation. And I would finally argue that pursuing policies for strengthening mutual economic ties in the Western Balkans is not a totally rational decision, and I think that EU must be priority. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So the answer is that the Yugoslav economy was a failure, from what I understand. That's an interesting argument, and it certainly will be debated later on. Now I invite Vladimir Trapara, who is a research fellow at the Institute of International Politics and Economics, and we'll be talking about the causes of Yugoslavia's creation and breakup. What holds us together, what keeps us apart. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I would also have to share my screen with a small presentation with only one slide, just to, it's a table that will illustrate my talking points and will also help all of you to better understand and follow my speech. And before that, I'd just like to add some small footnote to my biography that you presented. It's that after I published a book on Russian-US relations, I also published my new book on Russia's wars between 1999 and 2019 in Chechnya, Georgia, Ukraine, and Syria. So it is a new piece in my bibliography, which is also worth mentioning. When it comes to what is happening here, I clicked something. Do you all see my table?
No, I think you need to go back actually to turn this left arrow, and then, because basically I think you have moved to the end. Right, that's it.
Okay, and you now all see my presentation.
We see it now, yes.
Okay, and when it comes to my research into my own region, I first can say that this region is very interesting and very complex. And I'll say that for understanding it well, it is necessary to take historic approach because there are many factors that influence it that are historically conditioned, and we have to have some comparisons. So I try to do it, but by enumerating factors at several critical junctures that influenced the former Yugoslav space. First, in 1918, when Yugoslavia was created, then in 41 that it firstly collapsed, then in 45 when it was renewed as a new second socialist Yugoslavia, in 91 when this new Yugoslavia collapsed, and also to take a glance on factors which influence situation in the region now in 2021. And as an international relations scholar, I will do it from the viewpoint of three main schools of thoughts: international relations, realism, then institutionalism. I won't say liberal because I found liberal and ideological premise. Institutions don't have to be actually liberal to have an effect. And finally, there is idealism, the term I consider broader than constructivism, which most international relations scholars apply in their classifications. So what we had in 1918, I will say that the creation of Yugoslavia was then inevitable when we look at all these factors that influenced the situation in the region at that time. First, in the realism realm, there was war victory of Serbia and its allies. Serbia, who was, of course, one of its war aims was the creation of a new state, liberation of all South Slavic brothers. Then we had an institutional level a collapse of Austria-Hungary. Something should have replaced it, and Serbo-Croat coalition between Serbian and Croat political parties was also present for some time. And immediately after Austria-Hungary collapsed, a state of Slovenes, Croats, and Serbs was created at its part, which later joined Serbia and Montenegro in a new state kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, which will later carry the name Yugoslavia. And in matter of ideas, there was this Yugoslav idea that as a part of Pan-Slavism was developed during 19th century, and to which most of the people in ex-Yugoslav space adhered. And it was actually based on the same language, with an exception of Slovenes, who had a bit different language, but most the others, other peoples of Yugoslavia spoke different same language, and it was at that time stronger than the problem of different religions, which will soon come to the fore as a problem. So this was this ambiguity with which first Yugoslavia was created since its inception, and especially what I call a Catholic issue, under which I consider the problem which Catholics in whole Europe have when they try to create a type of Christianity, whether Protestantism or Orthodox Christianity. It's because unlike Protestantism and Orthodoxy, which are decentralized in its nature, Catholicism is more hegemonic, ruled from one center, from Vatican, by Pope. So wherever Catholics lived, they wanted either to rule or to go their own way. And that's why you have Ireland and Northern Ireland, you got Belgium and Netherlands, you got Austria and Germany, of course, Croatia and Serbia. Now, same language, somewhere same people, but Catholic problem, and you couldn't have the same state. And then this problem increased by the time and was boosted by Nazism and fascism, which were dominant ideologies during the 30s in Europe. And in 1941, when you had de facto Nazi Germany European dominance, when Germany and Italy excluded all the other powers from this region, you had all the conditions for Yugoslav quick collapse. Even in this institutional realm, the collapse of Yugoslavia already started in 1939 by creation of Banat of Croatia, or Banovina Hrvatska, and of course when Yugoslavia was defeated in war and king and government themselves in exile, all the conditions were there for the violent breakup of this first Yugoslavia. But this also this only lasted for 4 years, because in 1945 you had a new master in East Europe. It was Soviet Union with a new dominant communist ideology. Yugoslavia was also a communist country. But what is interesting is that although Yugoslavia relied on Soviet Union to establish itself as a new socialist country, this honeymoon between Moscow and Belgrade lasted very short, and actually during the Cold War, during most of Cold War, Yugoslavia functioned as a buffer state between two blocks. And this was very important because both blocks were interested in Yugoslavia's stability and its, let me say, its survival. And institutional, also institutional basis for these transitions from first Yugoslavia, which collapsed before, to the second one, were laid by some agreements, Tito Šubašić in 1944, which provided this provisional government, and of course King Peter's call to all forces in Yugoslavia to accept Tito's command. And in the realm of idealism, communists decided to renew Yugoslavia with this narrative of brotherhood and unity between its people, because it is important to say that communism was in its essence an anti-religious ideology. So these religious differences that were a problem in first Yugoslavia were now put aside by this brotherhood and unity narrative, and it will last as long as this second Yugoslavia lasts. But what we had in 1991, everything changed in all three groups of factors. First, you had the end of Cold War and so-called Western victory. I don't consider this victory because nobody fought anyone, but Russia, Soviet Union, Gorbachev and Yeltsin decided to withdraw from Cold War. So no one was defeated, no one surrendered, but the West understood it as its victory, and de facto we entered unipolar order in which the most populous people in Yugoslavia, which were naturally interested for Yugoslav survival, Serbs found themselves with no other, sooner or later managed to ally with these so-called victors in Cold War. And also with their realist victory came a victory in terms of ideas by liberalism, who now removed this brotherhood and unity narrative and enabled these forgotten religious differences to come again to the fore. So liberalism in a way functioned as a boost to this new democratic nationalism in all peoples, in all federal units of former Yugoslavia, especially in Western ones, in Slovenia and Croatia, whose leaders at that time saw examples in Václav Havel in Czech Republic, in Lech Walesa in Poland. They saw themselves as their Western civilization brothers, who are now liberated from Russia, from communism, from that barbaric Asiatic element, and that now Croats and Slovenes wanted to liberate themselves from Serb, whom they considered Byzant, Oriental, and so forth. So this is that civilization problem which existed from the beginning of Yugoslavia, where Western Yugoslav people saw Serbs and the others as a bit civilizationally inferior compared to them. And now
you have 4 more minutes, please.
Four more, okay.
4
and
minutes.
Now
Yes.
what we got in 2021, I will say we can't talk anymore about this Western victory. I suppose now we came to the end of liberal hegemony dream, and what is even more important, this story about Serbs with no allies, I don't think it is true anymore, because Serbia managed, unlike most of the others in the region, to remain a neutral country, and in the long run, it profited from this. And we see in this pandemic, where Serbia managed to get more vaccines and faster to get vaccines than all the others in the region, because it was neutral. It could acquire Russian and Chinese vaccines, while the others, especially those in European Union, Slovenia and Croatia, had to follow Brussels' diktat not to take Sputnik or Sinopharm because of obviously political reasons. So it would not be a surprise if sometime in the future Serbia again become attractive as some kind of hub for regional integration. We see that when these people from Croatia, Bosnia, Macedonia come here to get vaccinated because they couldn't do that in their own countries. But what prevents regional integration? We see this. We now have a completely different institutional milieu. We have 6+1 unrecognized independent countries. Of course, there are some good examples of CEFTA or mini Schengen, but they don't cover whole Yugoslavia space. And in terms of idealism, we have this ethnic distance, which is still at axis Serbs against all, and it is spurred by war legacy, but also by domestic politics, because politicians in all ex-Yugoslav republics fuel these nationalist sentiments in order to gain their political ratings. But in postmodern era which we live in, there is also relativization of all ideas, including this nationalism, and some new generation could put it aside and find a way to cooperate, and it would be very good for this region in the turbulent times we will face in the near future. And let me conclude. When we once again take a glance at this table of mine, we will see that the biggest changes in this Yugoslav space happened at the moment when there were changes in this realism column. So let me say it is a dominant group of factors. I don't say other are not important. Yes, they are important, but they tend to change more slowly. So they cannot influence so abrupt political changes in the region, especially in terms of institutionalism, because institutions, we all know, they tend to have inertia to last even if they don't serve their function. And in terms of idealism, there are some ideas that tend to endure. This Catholic issue, for example, was there 100 years ago. It's also here now. So it proves that realism is dominant, but eclecticism and taking into account other schools of thought is very important if you want to understand any international problem today. Thank you very much. I'm open for your questions.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you can close. Okay, that's fine, so that we can see each other. Right, we are well into the time designated for break, but at least we should aim not to delay the next session, which is meant to start at 2:45 our time and 3:45 Moscow time, and ideally to have at least some break in between. So I would imagine we'll have 15 minutes discussion, and I invite everyone immediately to indicate their willingness to pose questions or make comments. Dr. Bartlett, Professor Bartlett, as well. That's you.
Yeah, I just have, I thought all the presentations are really interesting, covering the breakup of Yugoslavia, but my question is actually directed more, just very briefly, to a comment from Goran Nikolic about CEFTA, because we've been talking about regional cooperation as well. And as far as I understand it, Goran's thesis is that because the share of trade between the countries of the Western Balkans has fallen as a proportion of total trade. Therefore, CEFTA has been a failure, and there's no reason why countries should cooperate with each other. And I would just, I mean, my take on that statistic that, you know, that the EU trade has been more dynamic than the intra-regional trade is not that CEFTA has been a failure, just that the integration with the EU has been more of a success. And that, you know, this, you can't say anything by looking at the shares of trade. You have to look at the actual volume. All the research that's been done, the econometric research using models has shown that the CEFTA institution has had a huge beneficial impact on trade between the countries. You know, the CEFTA dummy in the gravity models is consistently comes out positive, highly significant and quite high, meaning that without CEFTA, there would have been much less trade within the region, and the region consequently would have lost that GDP and would be poorer. You know, just because they, yeah, okay, that's the point, that the CEFTA has been very successful and should be praised and promoted for that, notwithstanding the fact that the EU integration has been also successful. Yeah.
Thank you. I would add to that also my question to Goran, and that is that if I understood you well, I mean, you are saying that Yugoslavia's import and export to the non-aligned countries or African, Asian, new underdeveloped or less developed countries were about 12 to 14% in former Yugoslavia, whereas today is of the total of the region. I mean, isn't that a big failure? I mean, in fact, I mean, you know, this is a dramatic change, I think, you know, and then I would then question really this position of you, and that actually, you know, Yugoslavia didn't do well out of the non-alignment. And if we compare it with the countries today, it's 12 times more trading with these countries and than it is at the moment. So that would be my question. Why do you still think Yugoslav economy was a failure then in this particular respect? Okay, any other questions before we give the floor? Milica, yes.
I just had a short remark on Goran Nikolić's presentation. One of the things you stressed was that, in fact, the high living standards in Yugoslavia have been overstated because they were based on foreign capital inflows and so on. But if you look at international statistics from 1989, comparing Yugoslavia with Bulgaria and Romania, you will see that Yugoslavia at that time, before the breakup in 1989, had a higher GDP per capita than both Bulgaria and Romania. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that. And regarding the non-aligned countries, of course, I think that Yugoslavia, having had more economic partners at that time, it meant more diversified trade. I think it was an advantage. If it has not been kept after the breakup, it's a matter of political relations with these countries because of everything that happened. So anyway, this is from my part.
Good, thank you. I think we have 3 questions for Goran, so give him a couple of minutes to respond to that, while the others prepare their own further questions, if there are any. Goran.
Yes.
Thank you. I would begin with the last question. I would use a medicine data basis, which was the most prominent in the world, and according to this data, Yugoslav economy was even in half year in the observed period lower than GDP per capita in purchasing power parity was lower than those in the Romania and Bulgaria, and it was only in several years higher than GDP per capita in Hungary or Poland. It means that our statistics are intentionally overstated our achievement, and I would argue that medicine-based database is the most relevant today, and you can go to this basis and you will find everything I argue. When it comes to non-alignment and movement and trade with third countries, so-called third world, I would argue that, of course, if you pursue some policy, then you will have trade diversion, trade reorientation, which is not in line with economic interest. And of course, Cuba has a very, very big trade with Soviet Union, but it was the fact that it is not rational. When it comes to gravity models, as I know, most gravity models show that exchange between Western Balkan country is above the level which gravity model would suggest, and there are exceptions. These exceptions are Serbia, Albania, Croatia, Albania, and so on. But generally, our trade, Serbian trade with Montenegro, with Bosnia, with Macedonia is above the gravity model would suggest. It implicitly give right to assumption about CEFTA as a useful concept, but it is not the point to have a trade diversion and so on. And I think that it is point to have trade with partners which are economically rational to have exchange. And I would point that basic aim of CEFTA was pacification of the region, and it was positive. It was very positive, but it is not about economics. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Dejan, jel može?
Jelice? Yes, of course.
Pa ovako, vrlo kratko. Bivša Jugoslavija. Prvo, ona je kao država vukla ogromnu političku rentu.
I'm not sure if everyone understands.
Not all Russians know.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you've just continued. Yes.
Sorry,
yes.
I'm sorry.
No, we can translate it, but go ahead.
I'm sorry. The former Yugoslavia benefited from high political rent. And we all benefited, citizens and state, taking from the east, taking from the west, taking from the south, from non-aligned movement. We used our political position, and I think it's a very wise policy. I would be happy if we could use now political rent as a very then we had free movement of citizens. Our passport was one of the most popular. We were free to move all over the world. Then our construction industry was developed thanks to our links with the non-aligned world, because these were non-transparent political arrangements employing our construction industry, so we developed very powerful companies. Our defense industry exported tremendously. We had very strong defense industry. And defense industry is mainly the source of innovation, research, and development. It's a problem how to transfer it to the other parts of the industry, but our industry was combined. Then we had a very strong shipbuilding industry, one of the strongest in the world. Size matters, finally. Size matters. Recently, I read some prognoses that in few decades, Poland and Turkey would be very powerful countries in this part of the world, and we are in between. Then we had a good living standard. If you are young, Goran, but we know that we are old, and we know that our living standard was very, very comfortable, even for workers, if you speak with workers now. And then CEFTA. We are so fragmented. We cannot develop our transport infrastructure in Serbia. We can develop our infrastructure only with everybody around us, and our neighbors are former Yugoslav republics as well. We have to trade with energy and make energy interconnections. We are trading construction materials, food, tourism is very important because greatest part of touristic demand is coming from neighboring countries everywhere. There are distant destinations, but this is from a rather small part of the public. So these are elements that are require additional analysis, because if you look at the things only from the economic angle and the gravity model and so on, and you exclude all these other elements, then you could be led to some wrong conclusions. And finally, as I said, our trade in CEFTA facilitated trade immensely. But the trade is rather saturated because we have to develop regional value chains and connect to value chains in the European Union in order to increase the trade. Good part of the trade is inside value chains, so the value chains are very important. So this is my comment.
Okay, thank you. I think it was a comment rather than a question.
Yeah.
And is there? I suppose there are no further questions. I'm just trying to speed you up a little bit, Vladimir.
I realized that I didn't say one important thing which Yelica mentioned in her speech also. When I presented this table, and when it comes to institutional factors in 1991. When you look at the former socialist states, Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia collapsed, but no other. Romania didn't collapse, although it was also socialist multi-ethnic country. Why? Because it was not a federation. Only federation collapsed because they had in their constitution this self-determination and right to secession. So this institutional moment was also very important in Yugoslav breakup.
Okay, that's fine. My question perhaps to you would be, do you think, for example, that had Yugoslavia not had 1948 and had it stayed within the Soviet bloc, do you think it would have economically done better, as Goran argues here that actually countries like Bulgaria and Hungary did economically better? And do you think politically and in terms of social stability they would do better? So, for example, I know this is more a question for Dr. Antic, who has been writing about this what if history, counterfactual, and so on. What would have happened had it happened? But I would like just to hear a brief comment on that, if you may.
Well, I thought about this many times. What would have happened if Yugoslavia remained in Eastern Bloc? I realized that it wasn't possible. I think that if Soviet Union at that time was more assertive and tried to impose its control on Yugoslavia, Western powers would intervene from their side and Yugoslavia would collapse already then. So this is what I think would happen. So if any, because of this Churchill-Stalin agreement of 50-50 and actual geopolitical position of Yugoslavia, it was impossible to have during Cold War of one side also, because it would certainly provoke reaction from other side in splitting of the country. That's my opinion.
Okay, that's fine. We will leave this to Čedomir Antić later on, maybe to tell us a little bit more about what if and what if had happened and so on and so forth. Anyway, I think we should call the end to this, unless there are. Is there any further question? We will give the floor to Milica. Would you like?
Dr. Gordana Đurović from University of Montenegro. She's a professor of economics there and has been closely involved in the process of European integration, I believe, in various roles. So let's start off with Dr. Valeria Botrić, who's going to talk on key challenges for human capital in former Yugoslavia region. Valeria, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Okay, so you've got 15 minutes.
Okay, great. So, my name is Valeria Botrić. I work at the Institute of Economics in Zagreb. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. I focused my presentation on the role of human capital in the region. And actually, we have heard from several speakers today that this is quite an important issue. So I believe that my presentation will somewhat summarize some of the findings already said, but also hopefully open some new issues to discuss. So if we think about the key challenges related to this subject, then it is no surprise that they are really quite similar to the other European economies, and in particularly to Southern European economies. So most of the countries are facing the aging population that, as has been already mentioned, has important demographic effects. Lower fertility rates combined with emigration have, in some countries and in some periods, it did led even to depopulations. And if we add to this slowly adjusting educational system, then we have immediate effect on the labor markets. But there are also important consequences for the pension and for the health system, both of which are not in stellar conditions across the countries in the region. And so all these factors sort of contribute to the underutilization of the human capital. We have low productivity that, in combination with actually low capital intensities, regardless of the foreign direct investments, still creates important competitiveness issues. In the pre-pandemic period, we had basically two hot topics across the countries in the regions, and they were restructuring and immigration. And they have been related directly and indirectly to each other. So slow restructuring process actually contributes to low, at least official, labor market participation and high open unemployment. So this combination with weak institutions supports and sustains development of the informal sector. And those who do not find their place either in the shrinking formal or the growing informal economy frequently feel compelled to emigrate and seek their future elsewhere. So statistical data on immigration, official, does not tell us much about the structure of the data of the migration, but we already have some evidence that in some sectors there are some skill shortages in the region. So it means that we can assume that those who left the countries are younger, are more highly educated, or are very specifically educated, and these are missed in the countries. But regardless of these skill shortages that are advocated or frequently talked about by the employers, there is still active opposition to active immigration policies. So, since I'm an economist, in the next few slides, I will show you some data on these issues. And you can imagine that finding comparable data for the countries in the region is not an easy task. So for most of the slides that you will see, you will not see all the countries. And this is not the reason that I intentionally skipped one or two countries. It is simply because I did not find adequate data sets. So first, if we remember the times when the region of former Yugoslavia was considered as a pool of available workforce for the European countries, I think that we cannot say that this will also be in the future, because there is evidence of the population in most countries. There is some, we all know, there is some dynamics in Kosovo population, but most of the other countries, there are negligible, there are important changes in the population, the net migration is actually negative. And we also have a decline in the available workforce. This is in the period since 2006-2020, this is in particular evident in Slovenia. The decline is higher than on the average European Union. So the country, well, Slovenia is not the country that is a predominantly emigrating country, but still this pattern is more or less the same across all the countries. When we look at the period since the breakup of the Yugoslavia, of the former Yugoslavia, well, there hasn't been almost any change in the employment to population ratio. If anything, employment to population ratio has declined. So there are fewer relative people working in the countries in the region. The only country that, according to this data source, shows some improvement is actually Montenegro. And has been frequently emphasized that these scarcities in employment are related to migration. But at least according to the official data, the mass of migration actually happened in the period at the beginning of the 1990s. The latest period is usually of migration is usually associated with EU accession. And here we have two quite opposite examples, Slovenia and Croatia. And indeed, Croatia did have a high immigration in the period after joining the EU. But if we contrast Slovenia and Croatia, then we might conclude that the reason behind the migration is actually more attributed to the relative adverse economic conditions in the home countries than the prospects of the better working life in the host country. As has been also said by few speakers previously, human capital is strongly related to education. And the data implies that most population in the region is relatively well but not excellent educated in comparison to the European Union average. So you have North Macedonia that is somewhat larger share of persons with lower educational attainment, and Slovenia somewhat higher share of persons with higher educational attainment. If we look at the different source of the data, then again you have North Macedonia at the lower end of the spectrum and Slovenia at the high end of the spectrum. The lower educational attainment by itself doesn't have to be a problem if the demand for labor is such that it demands low-skilled labor. However, if we look at the data on the activity of population according to their educational attainment, then we would see that in the countries of former Yugoslavia region, those with lower educational attainment are in general less economic active in comparison to European Union average. So I would emphasize here that this is according to the official data, because the big question remains, is this so because there are no jobs for these people, or is it because they are employed by the informal sector? Open unemployment throughout the 30 years period remains really an important issue. High unemployment, really extremely high unemployment rates have been registered for some of the countries. For example, if we look at North Macedonia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now, there have been some improvements in the pre-pandemic periods, but the question remains whether they have been washed away because of the high persistence and weak labor market institutions across the region. Of course, special concern is the younger generations. Their share in employment are relatively low, and in particular for those with lower educational attainment. So we see that they are far behind their peers in the European Union. Now, unfortunately, we have been brought to think that countries in the region have relatively abundance of human capital, but academic performance of youth actually reveals a high share of underachievers, relatively higher share than the average of the European Union, again with the exception of Slovenia. And transition from school to work in all the countries, with the exception of Slovenia, takes longer than in the European Union average. So the youth is sort of disappointed, and which is the reason why they might decide more than previously to emigrate and seek their future somewhere else. But if they decide to stay, then we have to think about the structure of the economy and where can they find their work. Now, there is still relatively high share of employment in agriculture in Serbia and North Macedonia, high share of employment in manufacturing and extremely low in Croatia, high share in Slovenia and extremely low in Croatia. And for example, high share of employment in trade in Montenegro. But these structures are relatively, the general structures are relatively slow to change. Why? Because the countries have relatively small internal markets. And the stimulus for the change in economic structure has to come from stronger integration in global value chains, which has already been said today. And this brings the question of the relative compatibility of economic structures and those in the global level. So the supply of human capital is questionably whether it is compatible to the demand of the global players. Based on the evidence so far, what are the prospects for the post-pandemic period? Now, I would say that clearly relying on human capital without implementing important changes in policies is not an option. Unfortunately, also, if the countries start just now actively reshaping policies such as education or creation of active immigration policies, the effects of these policies could be seen only in the longer period. So what in the meantime? And this brings me to my final remarks. So it seems that the key problems across the countries are fairly similar. The countries frequently reach solutions outside. Reforms and structural reforms have been frequently mentioned in public discourse, but at least in my opinion, their effects are so far rather elusive. And the open question remains, if we stick to the same mantra, can we expect really different outcomes in the near future? So thank you very much for your attention. And let me just take the opportunity to, I just saw that actually today is the day of the independence of Montenegro. So I would like to congratulate the next speaker, their independence anniversary. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Valeria, for that. We move. Thank you for keeping to the time as well. That was just exactly 15 minutes, I think. Okay, so let's move on to the next speaker, Dr. Gordan Jurovic from Montenegro, and yes, congratulations on your Independence Day. Have you got your? You haven't got your microphone turned on. No, can't hear you. Can anybody else?
Good day. Good day, everybody.
Okay, good.
Thank you for inviting me. This is a very interesting topic for all of us and a lot of memories. So I propose this topic because, as my dear colleague mentioned, we are celebrating today 15 years of independence. And I just like to share with you some memories, but even without us, mostly economists, history is somehow part of the story. So I like to share with you shortly, before I will go to my topic, just few facts and figures that first country within the territory of today's Montenegro was Doclea. So first dynasty was Vojslavljević dynasty. It is part of Montenegrin history, and it is confirmation of continuity of Montenegro state for centuries. We can count now 10 centuries. So there are a lot of historical facts that it was first state on this base. Then Dukla was within the Nemanjić state in 12th and 13th century. And then second Montenegrin dynasty was Balšići. It was also Montenegrin dynasty. And in that period, Orthodox Church Zeta Metropolinate was established. So Crnojevići, our next dynasty, it's also Montenegrin dynasty. And after that, about 16th century, there were Principate, and it was in fact process of shaping and building the autocephaly of the Montenegrin Orthodox Church. So I just like to share with you this small piece of Montenegrin history. So it is continuity, and it is not mistake to respect and to understand that Montenegrins are with their roots, and it is not fair to treat them as some kind of modern technology products from communism or something like that. I like to stress that I am from Herzegovina, I am Serb, I am living here for almost whole my life. I feel free, and I have no problem to understand Montenegrins, because I am not attacking in any sense. And I think that Montenegro is enough beautiful and enough for all of us. So as Mr. Jovic mentioned, Montenegro today is in that ethnic sense that it is as previous Yugoslavia. Do not with the same scenario, but definitely even through the centuries, Montenegro was place for all, including different confessions and different ethnic groups. So I talk about Montenegrin Orthodox Church in this context, talking about roots. So fourth Montenegrin dynasty was dynasty Petrović-Njegoš in period as it is mentioned here. And that period we have these famous churches and monasteries from all around the Montenegro, and they are for all. They are for all, for Orthodox community and Croats. They should be open for all. And it is not only Serbian or Orthodox generally, it is also for the Montenegrins, and it causes today a lot of confusion between citizens in our state. So I just like to mention two facts, historical facts, that Montenegrin autocephalous Orthodox Church was present in this space for the centuries. One is at the time of Bishop Danilo, Russia recognized the real autocephaly of Montenegrin Orthodox Church, and it is in diptych of the Russian Orthodox Church from 1850. So it was the fact officially confirmed regarding Montenegrin Orthodox Church. Second issue is that name of Montenegrin Orthodox Church as autocephalous church is also in the catalog of the Istanbul Patriarchate Syntagma, published almost at the same period in the medium 19th century. So it is part of history of the space and of the state here. And it is not fair to try to change it in any sense. Last paragraph is about try of today's Metropolitanate of Montenegro and littoral to change that fact in diptych in the Russian Orthodox Church from mid-19th century. Thanks God it was rejected. Montenegro in the Kingdom of Yugoslavia was for the first somehow with sad story, because Montenegro was siding and the Entente powers during the First World War, but after that lost their state. Dynasty Petrović was detronized, and we were for the first annexed to Serbia, and then being part of the Serbia's this unity of Srba, Hrvata i Slovenaca, no, Serbs, Croats, and Slovens. So we were firstly joined to the Kingdom of Serbia, and its fact. So procedure of liquidation of the Montenegrin Orthodox Church was illegitimate, illegal, and contrary to the provision of the canon law and constitutions from that period. But as I mentioned, I think it's unfair and it is one sad story. But 1,000 years of Montenegrin history confirm that it is country with tradition, with culture, with legacy, and will continue to live in any way. In Social Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, Montenegro was again recognized, and it was as one of the Republic of ex-Yugoslavia. In the first Yugoslavia, Montenegro did not recognize neither Montenegrin identity nor its historical heritage. Montenegro was part of Zeta Banovina. So during the second Yugoslavia, it was three main pillars of development of our country, from very, very poor beginning to the quite solid level of development based of the basic infrastructure and industrialization and de-agrarization. It is anti-fascism, multi-ethnicity, and secularism. It was three pillars of this part of, and of course, in fact, whole Yugoslavia. Montenegrin economy in period of the Social Federal Republic of Yugoslavia passed one very interesting period of its development and became some kind of semi-industrial country with a strong portion of the secondary sector in the structure of the economy and gradual development of services and tourism as important future part of our economy as a main pillar. So I put here just few main characteristics of the Montenegrin economy before the dissolution of second Yugoslavia, how we call it generally. So in the period of 1989. So there were a lot of structural discrepancies, and Montenegro was the most dependent ex-Yugoslav republic of the internal market of the economy of Yugoslavia. And it was, of course, quite high price in 90s. So a lot of new countries, a lot of new borders, new problems, political instability issues, as colleagues mentioned, also new languages, new identities, and this story about Zagreb summit, Thessaloniki agenda, new nice European messages, and values as key pillar of the European integration process as peaceful European process. So our region intend to be part of that with different dynamics and with specifics. So if you look at shortly in a map of ex-Yugoslavia, you know there were about 3,336 kilometers of new borders, so-called internal borders of Yugoslavia. New borders were 2,700, sorry, without Slovenia and Croatia. Now, if you talk about this new territory of the Western Balkan. For instance, story in Montenegro was that it was very sensitive to recognize again this agreement on border, and we still have an open issue with Serbia and with Croatia regarding border agreement. On this day, 15 years before, there were referenda. Unfortunately, we were strongly divided, as it was in first elections in 1906 in Montenegro in that period, and the same is 100 years before, after. So threshold delegated by European Union as facilitator for this process was quite high, 55%, and this side for yes, Montenegro won with 55.5%. If you look at in Montenegro as case of the Republic of ex-Yugoslavia, we can see that first decade was transitional recession, then gradual recovery, and quite dynamic period with two economic crises, great economic crisis and this COVID crisis. And now we are strongly hit with -15 of GDP average growth rate, in fact, decline. So transition still is not real European integration here. And the biggest problem is, of course, with unemployment, retired, and all indicators related to those. You can see what is irony after COVID crisis, still open here. We have less registered employment in Montenegro today than in 1990. So it was really unpleasant position, and especially if we talk about youth, what is our topic, and their decision where they will continue to live and how they will organize their life. We are now oriented totally on services. We are very vulnerable, and level of our sustainability, which COVID crisis strongly show, is that we should really seriously start to think about restructuring and about recovery and kind of revitalization of industrial sector. Our real GDP was the same as at the beginning of this process, what we now try to explain, in 2007. And now we are on the level of 114. Demography and democracy, as it is portfolio of Deputy President of European Commission, Ms. Šuica, is very complex issue. So you can see now ethnic structure or our religious from last census. And now the main issue is how next census will show who we are, how we are structured. So we passed through these 30 years with few waves of IDPs and refugees from ex-Yugoslavia territory. They became foreigners with permanent residence. Later, they became Montenegrin citizens. Thanks to that fact, we are still growing. First year with negative demography was 2020. But it was not only local population. It was ex-Yugoslavia population, now located permanently in Montenegro with citizenship and voting rights. Now there are a lot of ideas to expand voting body with additional number of foreigners with permanent residences in Montenegro, and it is kind of red line, because it can permanently change voting structure in Montenegro. And it is not local population oriented towards future of their own country. So a lot of internal and external migration, and it is a country without ethnic majority today. It is confusing, but if you look at how it was in 1991 and how it is today, it is enough to explain a lot of trends, but we will see how it will be on next census. We are quite we are with huge public debt, unfortunately. Last investment cycle was with the raising of public debt, what was not as a good fiscal strategy. So it was the reason why we have still a lot of structural deficits, such as this gap between net FDI and current account balance. So our public finance today, unfortunately, shows that together with health crisis in this and this political transition, we have serious, but really serious economic crisis. This is a story about changes of Montenegro. We will see how we will be internally ready, definitely not yet. We are strongly hit the most in the region. -15 is really for medium-term recovery, and a lot of energy focused on economic policy, not on useless political debate. This is our health crisis. Now we are entering in fourth phase. Do hope that it will be really stabilization in the sense of health crisis for all of us in the region. And unfortunately, I like to share with you that I think that health crisis was also through the vaccines was somehow, you know, politicized with all these consequences. This is Montenegro today. I put it only in pictures. It looks like nice. With all this confusion of flags, we have all flags from the region. We have national flags from other, official flags from other neighboring states, some locals, some flags from our history. And it is totally chaos of flags in Montenegro these days. This red one is official state flag. And we have even different signs with hands. So it caused a lot of tensions, and it is what reminds us on Bosnia, unfortunately. Not ethnic structure officially, but instability and all of these risks that those young guys on these different Litias protest, car convoys or other, you know, that there can be some kind of problem, and then we'll all have a problem. Final slide to summarize it all. A lot of achievements. We can be satisfied regarding key economic indicators. We are NATO members. It's also very important. I think we have good neighborhood relation with all. We are as other on visa liberalization list. GDP per capita in purchasing power parity is almost now 50. It was 31 in 2005. So quite a good economic picture, if I may say, still, in spite of all this regarding COVID and with euro, of course. But you can see these challenges. So the state is ruled now by those who circled no on the referenda. So it is really complicated now. Part of the new government, what is intention, what is open and transparent, what is hidden. So what is not good, it is that our citizen, at least this no Montenegro, they did not recognize and they did not respect state symbol. And I think it is the unique situation in the region. In each country, you can see different political powers arguing for this and that. But when they talk about country, they respect the flag. They have only one flag. Unfortunately, it is not the case in Montenegro. And it is not something for smiling. It's very sad and very worrying. So we are under the pressure of instability. We are strongly divided. We try to keep our multi-ethnic and multi-confessional society as the biggest value. Civil state and secularism, anti-fascism, and all good values, what we share sometimes in one country together. So how Montenegro will go? Unfortunately, in this moment, I can't conclude my presentation with concrete answer. There are competition of integration, so we will see. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It was very wide-ranging discussion. There's a bit of echo about the Montenegro independence, and I wonder if there are any questions or comments. We're running a bit late, so if you keep your questions or comments short, if you have any. Two different presentations there, one focusing on the labour market in the region, and one specifically on Montenegro. Okay, Michael, do you have a question?
A couple of questions, very short questions to both colleagues. The first question to Dr. Botric about the share of population and EET, those non in education, employment, and training. So that means that this young person that out of everything, out of education, out of training, maybe I've missed this statistics in your presentation. Maybe you know some figures about this indicator in the region, in the countries of the region. And as for the presentation on Montenegro, I would like to ask about indebtedness, because I was really shocked that there is a drastic growth in indebtedness in Montenegro in the last months. I suppose it's international indebtedness, not the bonds that's sold on the local market. And if it's international public debt, what organization gave the credits to Montenegro recently? Thank you.
I can answer the question. So the first question was, if I heard correctly, about the needs. Young people not in employment, education, and training. And no, I did not show any data, because actually what you would find is that needs levels for the countries are relatively smaller than for the Western European economies. And why is it so? Because you have a really high transition from primary to secondary education, and you do have a relatively smaller dropout rates. But this does not speak about the quality. It is assumed that this is because the quality of education is good. But it does not. The outcome of education, when you measure the outcome of education, then you see that the pupils according to the PISA score or any other scores, show relatively worse than their comparative peers in the European countries. So the educational system seems to look good from the outside because the young people not in employment, education and training, their share is relatively low, but the quality of that education system is not something that we could be proud about.
Okay, I can explain shortly few things just to maybe explain this growth of structure of public debt in our GDP. Unfortunately, these new investment cycles start with the building of first section of highway with the Chinese loan from 2016, in fact, is postponed and is quite high, and it was not followed with enough growth. So also excluding quality of the fiscal consolidation in that period during the first investment, it all was somehow summarized in raising of public debt. If you look at endowed structure, there is almost 80% of foreign debt, of course, and the biggest part is issued Eurobonds. Chinese loan is about 15% only. So structure of public debt is quite diversified, but we have a problem now with this highway because usually it's good to continue, but now with the dispersion of risk, inviting European Union to help us with the next section. So this first section will be completed for a few months by Chinese, but we need to continue towards the Serbian border because it's the only, it is the only way how we can talk about economic reasons why we are entering in that. And the new government, third day after establishment of new government in December this year, issued new Eurobonds, 750 million euros, and it was in that period 20% of our GDP in one day. So it was first action of new government to borrow 20% of GDP. So they explain it with needs for fighting against COVID, but now they were in Brussels in March asking for support to pay third-party loan, Chinese loan, which immediately impacts on stock market and the price of our loan, of our bonds. So it was very weakly prepared without financial analysis, and much better approach is to talk with Chinese directly about restructuring of loans, low profile, and asking European Commission and European banks for next session. Why not as Pelješac Bridge, you know, European tender, who will win? Probably Chinese, but it functions in practice. So good host will do that approach. So let's talk first with the debtor, Chinese, then talk with European as potential supporter. But these days, there are no pilot in our plane.
Thank you.
May I ask one question?
Sorry, yeah, I turned off my volume. Yes, we got one question from Alexander Pivovarenko. Would you keep it short because this should be the last question? We're out of time.
Yeah, okay. One short question to Mrs. Valeria Bottric. Valeria, thank you for an exciting presentation. In your speech, you've raised a serious issue of the population outflow from the country. And let me say that me and my colleague Ekaterina Antina, who will give her speech, will be the following with her speech. We've been addressing this issue to the numerous scholars in the conference we conducted, and the main counter-argument regarding this negative trend we heard was that the migration, the outflow of young population of outside Croatia and other countries might be beneficial because these young people will get higher salaries in the Western Europe, and they will be able to support the local economy with money transfer, because they will be able to save this money because of the higher salaries. So my question is, do you regard this idea as vital, and what is your point on that? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question. This is actually the argument from the 70s, because in the 70s we had, with this Gastarbeiter approach, we had people that moved for work for Germany, and they worked there for some period and then actually sent money back home. But what we have now is that the whole families are moving out. So it is not the same thing. It is also the question whether those who stay and those who leave, what are their characteristics, and whether those who leave are actually missed on the labor market. If you think on the home labor market, if you think about the doctors and the nurses, then you already, and actually construction workers, because as you might have heard, we had a huge earthquake here in Croatia, and we certainly have a deficiency of construction workers now. So it is not just the skilled labor. So this is one side of the story. And actually, I don't think that Croats are very keen on sending remittances, because Croatia is not a poor country, and those who left do not perceive those who stayed as poor, but maybe, if you will, better connected. So, thank you.
Okay, great. So we had some good questions there on the debt in Montenegro and on the remittances to Croatia, which I think were very important questions and were well discussed. So we should move on now to the next session. And this is with Katerina Entina. You here?
Sorry, Dr. Bartlett, sorry for interrupting you. I've just contacted Mr. Antic and Mr. Entina, and if possible, Mr. Antic asked to be the third presenter, and then Dr. Entina, if it's possible. I wrote you messages on chat.
All right. Okay.
Maybe you didn't miss.
Okay. Well, I see. We're going to switch the order of appearance of the next speakers. Okay. So we have firstly Dr. Čedomir Antic, who is professor at Faculty of Philosophy, University of Belgrade. And he's going to talk about the status of Serbian people in other republics as an aspect of foreign policy of the Republic of Serbia from 1990 to 2021. And that's going to be followed by Dr. Ekaterina Entina, who's the Deputy Vice Rector and Professor at the Higher School of Economics in Moscow. And she's going to talk about the external factor in the process of political elite transformation in Serbia and Croatia. So we've firstly got a paper on, I suppose, sort of demography and politics, and a second paper on political elites. Okay, so Čedomir, would you like to kick off? Try to keep within the 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Bartlett. Of course, it seems that we mentioned several very, very interesting and not very modern, not very contemporary issues related to the previous 30 years of our common history. And one of my predecessors mentioned the need of all of us from the Balkans to find out the way to reach Francis Fukuyama, new brave world. However, you know that there was a huge argument about the future, not only of the Balkans, but the world, between Francis Fukuyama and Samuel Huntington. And if you look upon the cultural, civilizational, religious map of Europe and the Balkans, you would see that the Western Balkans, the former Yugoslav republics, were, and in a certain degree are, the region which is mostly intertwined. And if you look upon especially Western parts of it, probably the hugest, the farthest breach of Eastern Orthodoxy came during the history, came to enter the Western regions of the Balkans. Yugoslav states, despite the fact that we heard many different explanations and interpretations, were some kind of historical efforts to deal with those differences, multi-ethnicity, multi-civilizational, or something like that, in order to preserve them and to create something like superficial identity. Unfortunately, it failed. Maybe it is not unfortunately, maybe it was some kind of historical necessity which could not be avoided. Nevertheless, in 1991, more than 1/3 of Balkan ethnic Serbs lived out of the Republic of Serbia. Majority of them in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia, but many of them in Montenegro, then former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, Albania, Slovenia. As in Soviet Union, Serbs were perceived in socialist Yugoslavia as some kind of pillar nation, and they bore some kind of responsibility, some kind of guilt for real and so-called ideological or even alleged guilt for interwar Yugoslav system, which was not only monarchy and capitalism, but also was believed to be under the burden of so-called Serbian hegemony. During the period of communism, some kind of ideological experiment was made, and Serbs became so-called constitutional nations in Bosnia and Croatia, but only Bosnian and Herzegovinian Serbs and Croatian Serbs, not Serbs as united and not divisible nation. But in Montenegro, entire population was transferred into national Montenegrins. We heard here some arguments that Montenegro is 1,000-year-old country. Then we Serbs are, we could say and argue that we should inherit the Roman Empire, because Montenegro was firstly mentioned in the 14th century, and it became some kind of state in the 17th century, and it became secular state in the midst of 19th century. And before 1920, in Montenegro, 90% of the population were ethnic Serbs. And the first mentioning of Montenegro nation, according to Professor Živko Andrijašević, who is staunch Montenegrin and great patriot, first mention happened in 1920. But that does not mean that Montenegrins do not exist now. But Serbs, as I mentioned, were banned or virtually banned. And after 1981, some kind of division became in Montenegro between national Montenegrins and national Serbs, and it is still very, very living issue and very complex issue, much more complex than we can explain here in this very, very short time. I should say that after the recognition of Yugoslav republics, war started, and we can argue about the reasons and roots and everything else, but it started when dissolution of Yugoslavia started. It started after it commenced, and in war which followed, state by state, republic by republic became independent, and the remnants of Yugoslavia, Serbia and Montenegro, were accused as some kind of aggressors and oppressors. At the end of those wars, we had a very, very complex situation in which about 30% of all casualties and victims were ethnic Serbs, while even in front of the Tribunal of Hague, the alleged or indicted war criminals who committed their crimes against Serbs never made more than 10%, while in the Tribunal of Hague, virtually nobody except several Albanians lower officials were sentenced for crimes against Serbs. And at the end, we had in front of the tribunal, in front of the Hague Tribunal, 1,336.5 years, which were sentenced to Serbs who committed crimes, among them almost entire political leadership of all countries or self-proclaimed countries who were together with official Belgrade, with the exception of Montenegro, of course. 164 years were sentenced to ethnic Croats, but mainly, or not only mainly, but almost entirely, for crimes done against Bosniaks. 41.5 were sentenced to Bosniaks for crimes against Croats and Serbs, and little less, more or less to Albanians and Macedonians. That was the truth. Serbia was bombed, and Montenegro, they were bombed during the spring 1999. Kosovo Metohija, the southern province of Republic of Serbia, was placed under international protectorate. Serbs from Croatia were more or less banished. Only 20% of pre-war Serb state in Croatia, mainly cities. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, on the 2/3 of lands where Serbs composed majority, some kind of autonomy for Serbs was established. While Montenegro started its secession, but only after the wars. Nowadays, President of Montenegro, Mr. Đukanović, he voted for official Yugoslav plans for war at Kosovo, and he voted for Slobodan Milošević in 1987 to be the president of Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, and then he started secession, especially after democratization of Serbia started. During the Milošević period, someone mentioned communism and previous regime. Milošević was probably the most direct descendant and successor of communist regime. And when he realized in 1991 that the reform of socialist Yugoslavia would not be possible on the foundations of some previous constitutions, for example, 1963 or 1946 constitution, he started to support genuine movements of Serbs in Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. In Kosovo, where he did not abolish, official Serbia did not abolish autonomy, but change it on one undemocratic way, according to which I should say it had been established in 1946 and 1963 and 1974. I hope that I should not remind you that most prominent professor of Belgrade Faculty of Law was imprisoned because he was critical towards Constitution of 1974. His name was Mihail Juris, and he was imprisoned even 2 years before it, when some amendments to previous constitution were introduced constitutional reform. However, in 2000, majority of people in the Republic of Serbia wanted some kind of change, and the new government was fragile, like democratic government is now in Montenegro. It was supported by foreign powers, especially by the Quinta powers, members of the Quinta. And we had in Serbia several so-called anti-political machines: status of Kosovo, the Tribunal of Hague, common state in Montenegro. And it was very, very hard to establish some kind of permanent policy. And during some periods, it was impossible to establish democratic policy towards Serbian people abroad, for Serbian people who lives out of our borders. During Milošević's time, that policy did not exist. He ran some kind of secret politics in order to establish his own government in Serbia. In 2005, a reformist government of Serbia started some kind of new national politics, and they started to, they adopted very, very liberal law, which was related with the rights of national minorities. And then Serbia started to ask similar laws to be introduced to Serbs out of Serbia. Continuity of reform was of course endangered by several very, very tricky situations abroad. For example, in 2003, 2004, foreign governors of Bosnia, so-called high representatives, started to arrest Serbian democratically elected leaders to ban them from politics. Almost 65 of autonomous rights of Republic of Srpska were abolished. In Kosovo Metohija, which was supported by the United States and the European Union to be established as an independent state, in 2004, pogrom happened against the Serbian, local Serbian community. And it was very, very hard. Together with it, I should say that 1/3 of Serbs in the Balkans who actually lived and lives out of borders of Republic of Serbia, they composed 2.4 million people in 1981. The population, which is the problem of the entire region, together with wars and assimilation and depriving of rights, hit them too. And there were 2.1 million of them in 2001, 2.7 million in 2011, and we expect that in 2021 there will be a little bit more than 1.5 million. What to say about the nowadays situation? We have new administration in the United States, and we hear here and there that Bosnia and Herzegovina should be rearranged. That, its constitution should be not maybe abolished, but rearranged. I would say that Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I would add Montenegro as well, are not problems of the Balkans. They are benefits of the Balkans. We would like to have Albanians in Serbia like they have Serbs in Bosnia and Montenegro. I would like to say, and I'm sorry to say, I was enemy of Slobodan Milošević. I was indicted as terrorist and foreign spy during 3 years' time in Milošević's time. Even during Milošević's time, we did not have democracy, but officially, Albanians in Kosovo had much more rights than Serbs in Bosnia or Tudjman's Croatia. Regarding the reform of Dayton Agreement, I would say that it is possible, of course, but Bosnia and Herzegovina should not be treated as some kind of mono-ethnic country. It is not, and we are strongly against it, to perceive it as France, to have only Bosnians or to have only Montenegrins in Montenegro. Those countries are like Switzerland, like Belgium, and that should be respected. Issue of identity is still living, and without accepting identity and rights for all, we will have problems. And I would say that Serbia, even though today we are all hit by several crises, and we have, Professor Jovic mentioned the hybrid regime, I would say that when you are speaking from the European Union, you should always mention the support which enjoyed and had from the European Union, especially from the United States, and especially in the Balkans. I would say that we could join together, respect our differences, respect not to introduce unique case like Kosovo independence, not respect unique case like autonomy for Albanians in Macedonia, or Croats in Bosnia, and not for Serbs in Bosnia or Montenegro or anywhere else. And I hope that, and I think that, and that would be the conclusive remark, that manner of dividing Balkan people was the bad decision of great powers. The dissolution of Yugoslavia should have happened by reforming federal Yugoslav state, not by proclaiming that it was done, that it was finished. It was the state which was born on anti-fascist fight, which lasted for 4 years. It was founder of the United Nations. It was born on long struggle, not only of Serbs, but all Yugoslavs for national emancipation from 1914 to 1918. I should remind the famous Croatian politicians like Supilo and Trumbic, who risked to be hanged by Austro-Hungarian government, but they left to immigration and supported Yugoslav state. And that means that it required 3 or 4 years.
Professor Antic, your time is.
Yes, it's last. Thank you. It is last sentence. Similar issues today. In 2014 was a good time for all of us to be admitted to the European Union, and our solutions, if they would be different and if they would be separated, then we shall have more and more problems. Thank you very much for your patience.
Okay, thank you. That's a panorama of the problems of Serbian people in the region. Okay, move on to the next speaker, who is Dr. Ekaterina Entina, going to talk about political elites in Serbia and Croatia.
Thank you very much. Good day, dear colleagues. Well, I have two remarks. The first one, I will try to be very brief, and thus I will exclude all the details from my analysis. Also due to the fact that all of us we are dealing and living in the majority of us living in the space of former Yugoslavia for quite a long time, and let's say know these details of political transformations, surnames, interactions between politicians very, very good. That's the first. The second, unfortunately, probably I will not be able to answer your questions because I have my meeting with rector, which should start in 18 minutes. It's not up to me, unfortunately. Okay. The disintegration of Yugoslavia created a sense of helplessness, weakness, and other negative emotions. And the alternative was seen in the process of integration, as my dear friend and colleague Dejan Yovich likes to say, not in the form of new Yugoslavia, but in Europe or sponsor-customer relationship with the US. Therefore, and I agree with Dejan, Europe was seen by many as a version of anti-Yugoslavia and alter-Yugoslavia at the same time. At the time, however, this paradox was understandable from the perspective of all Balkan political elites. Firstly, the long history of economic and political relations between Belgrade and Brussels in frame of trade cooperation agreements didn't call into question the fact that the rupture of these relations was only due to the factor of wars on the space of former Yugoslavia. Second, it seemed to the Balkan political elites and the public that accession to the European Union would rid them from the Balkan syndrome and give them the desired recognition and prosperity. Since the early 2000s, the political elites of the Western Balkan states have paid lip service to the EU accession process, regardless the fact that this enthusiasm was at times genuine or ostensible. However, it has always had a pragmatic nature, since any alternative policy would have been too costly in every possible respect. Also, it could have led finally to the political and economic isolation, and that's why even skeptics have tried to reconcile their particular vision of national interests with the idea of joining the European Union. For example, staunch supporters of national sovereignty began to argue that only by becoming of member states, the republics of former Yugoslavia can realize their, let's say, genuine sovereignty, which to some extent was at that time the truth, and was the genuine motive for, let's say, for membership of smaller states of Eastern Europe, or Malta, Cyprus, in the European Union. At the same time, in the Balkans, European Union faced with actors with different problems concerning statehood. States it faced with states that have with part of the states that had never had real sovereignty, the states which were in the process of disintegration, like, for example, Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, and after that Serbia and Montenegro, and after that Serbia, and states with a limited sovereignty as Bosnia and Herzegovina, Macedonia, and Macedonia. That's why for the majority of political elites, membership in the European Union was at that time, and is to some extent now, primarily a transformation from being an object of international politics to being a subject of international politics. But neither the Balkan political elites nor the European Union, which had no ready receipts from previous waves of democratic transition, were equally prepared for such a multi-level and complicated process. Also, the power transition to Europe, Euro-oriented democratic opposition, which considered EU accession as a number one of foreign policy objective, took place almost simultaneously in Zagreb and in Belgrade. It became apparent rather quickly that Belgrade could hardly expect to join the European Union in the same way as Zagreb. As in case with the end of Franje Tudjman era in 2000, the beginning of Belgrade's cooperation with the European Union began, as we know, after the overthrow of Slobodan Milošević regime in October 2000, and the presidential elections which were won by the democratic opposition and by Vojislav Koštunica more concretely. Comparing political events in Croatia in 1999-2000 with the similar events in Belgrade, it is possible to speak about the beginning from one side, the stage of political Euro-Atlanticization of statehood, as it is recognized, for example, by Russian Academy of Science and my another friend and colleague, Alexander Pivovarenko. And from another point of view, it's a period of internal struggle of democratic opposition in Belgrade for the power and internal struggle for the power in Croatia, but with the minor difference that under the, let's say, influence of European partners, Zagreb more or less formed this scene and made it more or less homogeneous and classical by Western view of political party systems by 2005. And if we take the example of Serbia, we will see that partly, let's say, the two-party political system was formed just in 2008, and let's say consolidated, more or less consolidated system in terms of in terms of absence of political polarization was formed just in 2012. The victory of the so-called modernist bloc in 2008 elections led to the minimization of Serbian Radical Party influence and emergence, as we remember, Serbian Progressive Party. In turn, by embracing the perspective of European integration, Progressive Party was able to build a public consensus. Progressive Party was able to build public consensus, thus bridging the ideological divide that existed in society and political system. In parallel, the Socialist Party moved away from the legacy of Slobodan Milosevic, and its coalition with the Democratic Party completed the division of parties on the Serbian political scene into old regime and reformist parties. It seems that such a development could ensure a progressive and stable democratic development of the republic. However, in 2012, Boris Tadic lost the presidential election to the leader of Progressive Party, Tomislav Nikolic. One of the most reasons for the defeat from the, let's say, we throw away all, let's say, gray zone of these elections, as well as the economic situation in Belgrade at that time. But from the point of view of political elites transformations, one of the important reasons for the defeat was the belief of Tadic that the public still feared a return to the 90s in case the progressives won, and that this would be enough to keep Tadic in power for another term. That was exactly, let's say, the core idea of election campaign of Tadic in 2008. But then that time this fear was real. Now one radical party was dissolved in 2008, and the newly formed Progressive Party took over the European discourse from the Democrats and adopted position both Kosovo and Europe, which was the core idea of Tadic election campaign from the very beginning. This reason, let's say, disappeared. It also became the discourse of Toma Nikolic, and in terms of rhetorics, the parties were no longer broadly different. Accordingly, in 2012, there was every reason to believe that, as in Croatia 2005, where the Democrat Party victory led to the vigorous rapprochement with the Euro-Atlantic institutions, that in Serbia, according the arrival of a party with a so-called nationalist past, it will result in a more active interaction with the European Union than under the European-oriented reformist Democrats. More simple, like the Democrats in Croatia, the Progressive Party in Serbia had to actually prove its pro-European orientation. While the Democrats since 2008 have been shifting more and more clearly to the slogan Europe and Kosovo from the European integration exclusively, the Progressive Party has been trying in every possible way to obscure the political issues by focusing more on economic agenda. Thus, the party system in Serbia was shifting from slogan politics to the dominance of interest politics, and by thus narrowing the ideological field. The narrowing was most evident during the 2014 parliamentary election, when no anti-European party was elected to the Skupština. In 2016 snap elections, the situation has had partially changed. But we see that this phenomenon led to the strengthening of populism both in Serbia and Croatia, which also the trend of that time and nowadays of the western part of Europe. But the specifics of Serbia, for example, that this trend had led to the increase of populism both among the ruling elite and within the opposition. A typical example of populism within Progressive Party is the ideology of perceiving the other. For progressives, it is the international.
Hey, Katerina, I think you've been 20 minutes. I think it's time
I know. I have 2 minutes, 3 minutes more. For progressive is an international community, and the countries of the region on both counts the position of the party remains unclear as a differentiation between the enemies. For example, the European integration is positively assessed, but at the same time Brussels is accused of rigid and even anti-Serb stance, while, for example, at the same time the leading EU countries, particularly Germany and Austria, are praised, and so on. I will not mention these examples. In its structure, the system that has emerged in Serbia under the influence of the EU demands and a no alternative orientation towards it resembles the conditions of Slobodan Milošević's rise into power in the late 80s, who, while retaining the socialist party and communist ideology, paradoxically, and this was said by Chedomir, paradoxically snatched the nationalist agenda from the hands of democratic opposition, depriving it for a decade of the opportunity to create an effective balance of power. The result of the European policy of development, a consistently loyal political elites, has been that the almost unanimous Euro-optimism of political elites has become inversely proportional to support for EU membership among population. The rise of Euroscepticism in Croatia begins to manifest itself in the middle of 2000s, when Euro-democrats coming into power. The rise of Euroscepticism in Serbia comes later in 2010s, but in a much sharper form. Furthermore, this Euroscepticism in both Croatia and Serbia becoming a form of dissatisfaction with everything that connected with the authorities. It means that Euroscepticism has generally become a protest against system. What's next? 1 minute. I suppose that European Union, of course, will try to transform a political scene which is formed now both in Serbia and Croatia by means of trying to make, let's say, political orientation of main political parties and main political actors towards green economy. and towards green parties, due to the fact that it's now, let's say, the main idea, main ideology, main new construct and discourse of Brussels, which is able to unite European Union space to some extent. But whether Balkans will be sensitive for that. At the moment, of course, the question is rather rhetoric. From one side, new economic and technological relations, technological reality demands strong governments and the concentration of efforts in the hands of strong states. Also, world experience, first of all, Chinese experience, proves that political pluralism as a classical model of Western political system is not a single way for success. And finally, green agenda been very motivating for the Europe itself and for the Western, for its Western part, poorly corresponds with the economic reality of the region. It needs in terms of industry and development, and of course in terms of readiness to to invest for the industrial transformation in the name of new ideology of the European Union. That's why I suppose that the long-term attempt of the European Union to transform the political scene in Serbia and Croatia to something principal in Europe, which corresponds with the political process in the Western Europe, failed and have little chances for reviving. Thanks at all. I have 1 minute.
Okay, thanks very much. Can you hear me? Okay, well, we're rather over time after that. I wonder if there are any questions from the audience.
If I...
Milica Uvelic.
Yes, I've been, well, following the whole conference with great interest, and somehow I think the various opinions we've heard today really illustrate how we should meet much more often and not discussing, you know, EU integration of these countries into, but discussing history and the key political issues, because clearly there's so many diverging opinions, and of course, perhaps this is good for discussion. But I would have this primarily a comment and a question to Professor Antic, because you said that in fact Yugoslavia was destroyed by, it was a decision of the great powers. Now I'm old enough to remember very well what was happening in the 1980s in Yugoslavia, and I've also tried to illustrate some of the issues that were very much contributed to the disintegration of Yugoslavia. And somehow what you told us today is something I very frequently hear from my Serb colleagues. I hear it in Belgrade, I hear it in public discussions, and somehow it's really, in my view, it's very it's a simplistic way of affronting such a complex issue as the disintegration of Yugoslavia. Also remembering that in the late 1980s, just before, well, Yugoslavia broke apart, we actually had various attempts from all the republics to save Yugoslavia. There was first Croat-Slovenian document that was trying to propose how to transform the federation into confederation, and soon after that there was also a Bosnian Macedonian document. So somehow there was willingness within the country to find alternative solutions. But anyway, hearing that it's mainly the great powers that destroyed Yugoslavia, it really is removing the responsibility of internal actors, because the main responsibility, in my view, were the politicians at that time, but of course, we may disagree on this. Thank you.
You allowed me to answer.
Okay.
You know, it could be say everything, you know, if one country is monolithic, if it is stable, if it had solid political, economical, and cultural foundations, then it's hard even to strong great powers to shake it, not to mention to dissolve it. But you should know that the same argument that one country dissolved itself, as it was used by Badinter Commission, would be used now on at least 3 or 4 countries of the Western Balkans. That means that that country was not solid. That was undemocratic country. Professor Jovic, he approved in his very distinguished book, Yugoslavia, the state which died by itself, Yugoslavia, država koja odumrla, he approved that that country was self-dissolved during the 80s, but its reform should not come from persons who were had been sentenced before as enemies of Yugoslavia, but from parliament. Parliament existed, federal parliament. But if you read carefully some statements, like the statement of Sonja Licht, who could not be accused as Serbian nationalist pro-Milosevic or so on, there was no understanding for parliamentarian or constitutional reform in Yugoslavia. There was only exception. It was only accepted from West leaderships to agree. What kind of leadership? After 50 years of undemocratic government, you know, Yugoslavia did not receive its chance. I agree that Milosevic was lousy politician, but I could not agree that Franjo Tuđman wanted to preserve Yugoslavia. And I could not agree that confederation is the state. If confederation is the state, why then Bosnia and Herzegovina is not now confederation?
May I?
Okay, just a quick question. I can see this debate could go on for another several hours.
Yes. Well, I take it in a bit different direction, because if we look only at our region, then we are closed into a trap. We have similar problems in different parts of the world. And we have some developments in the European Union itself. For example, Mrs. Merkel told, I think it was in 2010, that attempt to build a multicultural society in Germany failed. Then we have now several appeals for military circles in France, that the civil war in France is possible between French population and practically Muslim population, immigrants in France. Then we have the case, I took part several times in some research together with Polish colleagues and sometimes with German as well, on Polish-German reconciliation. They started to reconcile after 45 years. So it's a long period, 45 years. After the 89, they started to reconcile. And we, after 45 years, repeated conflicts in former Yugoslavia. So there are many questions that we should put us in a much wider context, not only Western Balkans, because we cannot find all answers if we look only on our region. And the second question is for our Russian colleagues. How do you perceive from the academic circles, how you perceive your role in our region? Because your role does not integrate our region. Your role practically divides our region. because you are focused on Serbia, parts of Bosnia, you are very deeply in Croatia. We never talk about that, but you are. And is there a perception that you want to substantially align these Serbia, Bosnia, probably partly Croatia, partly Montenegro, with substantial Russian interest, world, etc., or to show your soft power and power of energy dependency on Russia, or just to have us as a chess playing table when you need to make some trades off with you also have vested interests. How from academic circles, how you perceive your role in our region?
Is that a question to the professor?
First of all, very, very shortly, the apples and oranges should not be mixed. Or to quote Vuk Drašković, grandmothers and frogs should not be mixed. You should know that Poland and Germany, they were independent states, inhabited by nations who are quite different. There were no, and there is no any identity issues among them. And they exchanged lands and exchanged population, and after 40 years, they made a truce in order to put their eyes on Russia, as always. And it's quite different, I would say.
Okay, thanks very much. I think I have to bring the conversation to an end there. I think it could probably continue, but yes, we don't have any further time for that session. So thanks both the speakers and to the discussants. Let's move on then. We're going to move on to a different topic now, to a question of regional trade. And we have three speakers in this session. First is Dr. Katerina Toshevska from Faculty of Economics in Skopje. She's going to talk about increasing trade integration through trade facilitation in CEFTA 2006 countries. And then we have Dr. Natasha Stanojevic, also from Belgrade Institute of International Politics and Economics. And she's going to talk about mutual trade of the republics of former Yugoslavia. And the third speaker we have is Mr. Michail Lobanov, who's Deputy Director for Research of the Institute of Economics at the RAS, and he's going to talk about the Russian trade and investments in former Yugoslavia, in the republics of former Yugoslavia, in more recent times, I guess. Okay, so we've got 15 minutes each, and it would be great if you could keep to the time.
Mr. Bartlett, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Yes.
I suppose that the fourth session, according to our schedule, will be moderated by Dr. Milica Valic.
Okay, that's perfectly fine.
If she's
anyway, well, I was perfectly happy with you taking over the session.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, so we have 5 papers actually in this last session, and I don't know how we're going to do it, but Will has already introduced the speakers for at least the 3 next speakers. So without losing any more time, please, Katerina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope that you hear me and that you can see my presentation. Is everything fine?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I'm very happy to be here today. I haven't been in this kind of company, so this is the first time for me. I will speak about something very different. My background is in international economics and especially international trade issues. So what I deal mostly in these 5 to 10 years backward in my career is the area of trade facilitation. And I speak a lot about it on conferences and so on. I write about it. So that's why I decided my presentation today to be on how to increase trade integration among CEFTA member countries by trade facilitation. So I'll start. I just quickly speak a little bit about what is trade facilitation, and then I move on to the CEFTA 2006 region and on how to increase trade among these countries. Okay. This is not moving. Let me see. Oh, it's moving. So these measures are what we speak about is written down in the newest WTO agreement on trade facilitation, which entered into force in 2017. So actually 4 years ago. It's about measures how to expedite the movement, release and clearance of goods, including goods in transit. So in order to clear up the things, it's not about the tariffs, the quota, the classical trade instruments. It's about administrative barriers, customs procedures, barriers that also are burdening trade. There are many measures, there are many models that have measured that this type of measures actually hinder trade very much. So that's why all WTO members agree that this type of agreement and applying this type of measures could expedite trade or could facilitate trade very much, could be very much beneficial. And actually the estimates show that the full implementation of this type of agreement could reduce trade costs by 14.3% and actually boost global trade by $1 trillion per year. So by 2030, the implementation of the agreement should lead to 2.5% export growth in the world and more than 0.5% of world GDP growth. So these are the estimates only, but what we have in reality, just quickly, is that actually the whole text of the agreement is watered down so that it can accommodate the different interests of the member countries. There is division among the measures that the countries are supposed to implement. There is very special, very special and differential treatment for the developing countries and the least developed countries. So actually what we have at the moment, low level of implementation of the agreement. Only 70.1% of all commitments have been implemented. And there is also, in the previous slides, I had countries that still haven't ratified the agreement. So at this moment, December 2038 is the last implementation date when the members should implement this type of measures. What I want to say with this is that actually we point out that this is the field where we find the win-win situation, but actually in reality, we don't see it, or actually the countries are still not implementing the measures. So these estimates for growth, for export growth, for GDP growth, actually, I think that won't happen in reality. So what we have in this region, I'll go back to the region, that's why we're talking this whole day today, are the CEFTA 2006. It's actually the free trade area entered into force in 2007 among Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, Moldova, Montenegro, Serbia, and Kosovo under the reference. Croatia left the agreement in 2013 because it became EU member. So actually, as you see, these are all former ex-EU countries, except of Albania and Moldova, which are also added to the region. The full free trade area, or the full liberalization of trade in industrial and agricultural goods, was completed in 2010. And all these members, except of Moldova, have signed these stabilization and association agreements that actually, with the European Union, that actually enable the trade, the preferential treatment on the European market. So actually, all these countries export to EU duty-free, without custom duties. Only sugar, wine, baby beef, and certain fisheries enter the EU market under preferential tariff quotas. Why I mentioned this is that we have a double track of liberalization trade that has been happening in these countries. One is among themselves in CEFTA 2006, and the other one is the path with EU. So what is the result that we have of this regional trade integration to measure? Is that actually today the EU is the leading trade partner of all CEFTA member countries. It accounts almost 70% of the whole region's export and around 60% of all import. So actually, we have this signing of preferential trade agreements and this creation of free trade area among the CEFTA member countries. But the biggest trade creation effect that we have seen is the liberalization of trade with EU. CEFTA, I'm comparing it to the intra-CEFTA trade. So actually CEFTA is the second largest destination for the region's export. And on the import side, it is not even on the second place because China is the second largest source of import in these countries and CEFTA becomes only third or whatever. We have also done a gravity model to measure what are the determinants of bilateral trade for Macedonia. And we have found that there is bigger significant importance of EU member countries on Macedonia's trade than on CEFTA trades. So actually, it appears that something is happening and the potential that CEFTA 2006 can give is not fully used. So the question that we ask ourselves, or what I have been researching in this past 5 to 6, 7 years is, has CEFTA reached its potential or how can we increase trade among the countries in the region? So that's what we have been doing, me and my colleagues in the past years. We have been doing research in this area. So is what actually hinders trade among CEFTA countries. And we have found out that there is the presence of administrative and non-trade barriers in intra-CEFTA trade that actually we think hinders trade among the region and decreases the possibility of the region to integrate more. In 2014, we have done the gravity model. It has shown that there are administrative customs procedures that hinder trade among countries of Southeastern Europe. That was this group of countries that we measured then. And the measures that we have been doing, that we have been measuring are days at border, costs at border, and documents. In 2015, we have done a model to measure the influence of trade facilitation indicators developed by OECD and their influence on Southeastern European countries' trade. And we have found that there are certain indicators that are important for trade. Those were information availability, involvement of the trade community, appeals procedure, formalities automation, and border agency cooperation external. So what we have given as we've been thinking, and we said that possibility on how to increase trade among CEFTA countries is by increasing application of electronic data and information, increased transparency of trade facilitation regulation, and increasing external border agency cooperation. What happened next is that we again, in 2018, identified another round of non-trade barriers in trade. And actually for 30 to 40% of the companies have seen that the strongest negative effects in trading goods resulted from the existing administrative barriers within CEFTA. So I won't read the measures that they have been identified. I mean, it would take a long time, and most of them are actually will be multiplying. But as you can see, all of them are tied to the process of customs procedures and administrative barriers. Parallel to this process, we have seen that actually it has been recognized even in CEFTA structures, institutions, that we should do more into this area, trade facilitation. So the Protocol 5 was added to the original agreement. It is regarding the trade facilitation measures in trading goods, on how to eliminate administrative and other non-trade barriers. Just when I'm speaking about this protocol, I should mention that also it is another protocol is signed on how to liberalize trade in services. This protocol is not in effect yet. It should be ratified in order to become effective. And another protocol is planned on dispute settlement procedures among these countries. What also happened in this time period before 2019 is the Berlin process and the idea for creating regional economic area. And this regional economic area was supposed, or actually is based on multi-annual plans on how to increase the integration among the CEFTA countries in four areas. And these areas are also, the first one is trade facilitation. the enhancement of investment flows, mobility of natural persons, and enhancing digital integration. So actually, you see that all types of studies have recognized that trade facilitation is really needed field where you can put your efforts on how to enable trade to move freely among these countries in the region. But unfortunately, what we have realized in 2019, it is before the COVID-19 pandemics, is the increased protectionism. And we actually spoke openly about this on conferences, workshops, and whatever. But it was the protectionism also happening in world trade. It was the beginning of trade war among China and USA. And actually it kind of influenced into this region. It kind of duplicated. Have realized that what happened in 2019 is that the process of digitalization in these countries was not synchronized. Different countries used different platforms, which were not interconnected. There was only one joint customs control point between Serbia and Macedonia. There were many bottlenecks at the border crossing points. And besides of the ineffectiveness of elimination of non-trade barriers, we have seen classical protectionist measures. Just to remember, there was a trade war or increase of customs between Macedonia and Kosovo, Kosovo and Albania, or there were, just to go back in mind 2 years ago. So actually classical measures were reintroduced. But afterwards, the pandemics happened. So maybe if we analyze it from this perspective from today, maybe for trade, it kind of helped a little bit because the region reacted immediately. So even in April 2020, were created green corridors or lanes, green lanes, on how to move very quickly essential goods and medical supplies. So this is this means that the region can act. So maybe this pandemic has forced the countries or the political leaders on how to find measures and how to help the region to surpass this very difficult situation. Also in 2020,
Katerina, you have another 3 minutes. 3 minutes left.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Katerina, sorry to interrupt you, but
thank you. So what we have in 2020 is the action plan for the creation of the common regional market, and this market is kind of, it is duplicating the regional economic area before, but it is kind of another combination of the measures. It is also done with targeted actions in 4 areas. One is to deepen the regional trade area and enable free movement of goods, services, capital, and people. Then create the regional investment area, regional digital area, and regional industrial and innovation area. So what I can say on how to increase trade integration among these countries, and what I have written as a conclusion and recommendations in this the last slides. First, the World Bank has estimated that this higher trade integration among these countries, if it is on the level of EFTA, may lead to 2.5% of GDP growth, and it is in the case of EU level integration, which is, at the moment is impossible, but just an estimate, it may lead to 6.7% of GDP growth. So what I say is that intensified application of trade facilitation measures is necessary for increased trade integration among CEFTA member countries. The positive effects of implemented measures should be used as good examples. For example, the concept of corridors and green lanes should be increased in all border crossing points. Maybe it should be increased in other areas, in other goods or whatever. Then I think that the mutual recognition programs is also essential, and it should be expanded in other fields. We have now in the field of recognition of authorized economic operators program, which should be operative in June, July this year. It is already recognized, but should become operative. I also recommend increasing the number of joint customs control points and increased application of common regional digital platforms, which are needed for trade support. But what is most important, what I put the biggest accent is that high political will and awareness is essential in this region in order to have higher level of application of trade facilitation measures and thus higher trade integration. Because the effects of these measures can be very easily nullified. We have quickly change of political leaders, of directors of customs administration, and this also influenced this process of trade facilitation, which is unfortunately, but it is the reality. And it is not necessary that only one country applies measures. All countries in the region should apply them in order to have the positive effect, because one positive measure of trade facilitation can be easily nullified if we don't have the other measures on the other side. So that's all what I have prepared for today. Thank you for your attention. I hope that I was in time, and I will be here for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Katarina. You were perfectly on time, 15 minutes. I have just learned that our Slovenian friend will not join us. So we will have another 3 speakers. So I suggest, instead of having the discussion after the 3 papers, we have a final discussion on all 4 papers. So I pass the floor immediately to our next speaker, to Nataša Stanojević from the Institute for International Economics and Politics in Belgrade, who will be talking about the topic I mentioned in my own presentation, trade within Yugoslavia and after the breakup. Natasha, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Milica, very much. Can you hear me very well?
Yes.
You see presentation?
15 minutes, please.
Of course, I will show. It's great. It is great honor to be in such a good company like today. So my attention was drawn to the relatively small volume of trade among the former Yugoslav republics. The mutual trade should be much higher. I believe I will avoid to speak about that because I believe everybody agrees of that it can be and should be much higher than what is. Especially because potential benefits of regional integration are usually greater than the benefits of broader integration, such as the European Union. According to the result of this short research of mine, I think the current foreign trade of each former Yugoslav republics and beyond the success of their entire economies can be explained by their position in the value chains of the former Yugoslav economies. But let's start from the beginning. I believe that is in line with Milica Uvalić's analysis. One of the key features of the Yugoslav economy was extremely uneven economic development between the republics and region. That was not the result of common states. Underdeveloped region has been underdeveloped even before joining the federation, but Yugoslavia did not contribute to their economic convergence, although that was one of the goals of the unification. There's differences between republics shown in these tables. This is indexes, also based on GDP per capita, like Milica said, but this index when is Slovenia, as the most economically successful republic, had a value 100. As it can be seen, Croatian GDP per capita was about two-thirds of Slovenian, Serbian about half, while other republics were mostly around 1/3 of Slovenian GDP. Only Kosovo lagged behind, far behind, mainly due to high population growth, but I didn't mention. This economic and social disparities that existed between the Yugoslav federal units became even greater after 1991. As we can see on the table, Serbia and Bosnia has large economic decline. The GDP per capita of Serbia was reduced from 52 to 90% of Slovenian GDP, and Bosnia has had sharper decline from 34 to just 10% of Slovenia. So that difference became higher after they separate and after finished wars and conflicts, and almost never back to the previous levels. Given the differences I mentioned in the size of republic and successful of that republic, the common markets, Yugoslavian market, had different importance for each of them. Generally speaking, exports to other Yugoslavian republics, those are red columns, this is for 1987, were more important for smaller economies, Bosnia, Macedonia, Montenegro, and Slovenia, than for Croatia and Serbia. This is not usual. It is totally in line with the general rule that exports have a larger share in small economies. But what is interesting is the period after the breakup. This is blue columns for the period just after the end of several conflicts, and light for contemporary period. An unusual, you can see, like previous speakers mentioned, this is before and after CEFTA. It is obvious that this very positive effect for, except for Macedonia, for mutual trade. But a colleague will say everything about that. What is unusual? An unusual trade feature is inequality of export that is not related to the size or strength of economy, not even to the EU membership. So what is interesting is this absence of any rule regarding changes in trade relations between the republics after the breakup. For example, Serbia, Croatia, and Montenegro reduced export to other republics, but just a bit. While in the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina and Macedonia, the reduction was dramatic. As I said at the beginning, I think that the foreign trade of each former Yugoslav republic can be explained but by their specific and unique position within value chains. So I don't speak about being a part or not being a part of value chains, but the concrete position in value chains of former Yugoslavia. Almost all trade between the Republic of former Yugoslavia took place within the framework or vertical or intra-regional integration. Intra-industrial trade of the Yugoslav republics had the features of model global value chains or global production chains. Inter-republican value chains were not the usual form of a company's production, which naturally had a large number of suppliers in the value chains. The difference is that the suppliers did not connect spontaneously according to the market law. In Yugoslavia, the entire production process, from the extraction of raw materials to finished products, were systematically separated into several republics due to attempt economic convergence. It was before Constitution of 74, as Milica says. This industrial connection caused a great difference in the benefits of individual republic and significantly determined their position within the global value chains after breakup of Yugoslavia. I will illustrate this using the so-called smiley curve. Smiley curve, this is just like a smiley. It's not the unified theoretical framework, but a concept that summarizes a key empirical result from business study. According to the studies, the potential for value creation varies considerably according to the function in value chains. Generally speaking, pre-production, this is that part, including various headquarter service and post-production, create more value added than production itself. Production itself includes also extraction of material and assembly of products, and it's usually captured little value. So republics of former Yugoslavia have different position in these value chains in Yugoslavia and today also in European value chains. This is almost, excuse me a second. The Yugoslav republics, based on its specialization, but also it was so political decisions, occupied very different positions. Thus, for example, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo were predominantly resource-based. Others had strong production, such as Serbia or Montenegro. Maybe Croatia, I'm not sure for Croatia, but it is in the same way low value. So it is some of this part. On the other hand, Slovenia was mainly in the position of distributor within former Yugoslavia, and today also in European GVC. global value chains. This is post-production services with the most value added. The absence of war and the rapid accession to the EU are an explanation of Slovenia's current position, but the success of this economy in the decades before the Yugoslav breakup can only be explained by its favorable position in Yugoslavian value chains. Slovenia distributed among the republics not only the products of the Yugoslav economy, but also products imported from abroad, sometimes under the Slovenian brand, sometimes not. Thus, after the disintegration of Yugoslavia, Slovenia did not have significant losses because it did not have large production plants, nor worker in this segment of value chains, etc. What happens to the other republics that occupy different positions in the production chains? During 1990s, the process of globalization, global, I don't mean of republic, but globalization generally intensified all around value chains, become a precondition for economic growth. Due to the close connection in the Yugoslavian production chains, most of republic independently did not have enough potential to integrate it to the modern world economy even before the disintegration. Of course, the war sanction and general political turmoil caused additional problems. Thus, independent performance on the world market with any more complex products for any republic has become impossible. In most republics during 1990s, both mutual and foreign trade been totally cut off. During the same 90s, the Yugoslav republics did not suffer just economic consequences of the war, but they lost time in which technology made an unprecedented advance. And during this decade, not only did their economy lose pace with technological progress, but also decline. So existing technological process inside Yugoslavian value chains are obsolete or even disappeared along with production.
Natasha, you have 3 minutes left.
Yes, okay, I will be in time. Yes, it is interesting, but I don't have time because somebody mentioned today export leads grow, export leads development. So we are champions in trade, in GDP, but we are not developed. In the late 1990s, the new states begin to become involved in global, more precisely European trade flows. Trade between EU, apart from the former Yugoslav Republic of Slovenia, Croatia, amount from 14 to 56%, which is much higher than the share of former Yugoslav markets, even at the time of the closest economic ties between the republics. In addition,
excuse me, Natasha, which year is this?
Now, this is
year.
Now, 2020, 2019, 2020. 2019, yes. I avoid 2020 because of Corona. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is different. This is share of export. So exporting to former Yugoslav Republic, including Croatia and Slovenia, export to EU and export to growth. So we have, I know for Serbia, we have 130% of trade in GDP. So definitely this is not the way for developing. This is just one consequences of bad position in that European value chains, because we have a lot of trade, lot of import and then export. I don't know, I have to escape something. Good example is Serbian automobile industry. This is bad example, not good example, somebody mentioned, with foreign Italian design, foreign brand, almost all important components, Italian logistic, transport and sale. So Serbian domestic value added is very small. So it is high export, but it is the bigger import I will escape that to be in time. So such conclusions, due to high degree of absorption of Balkan economies into the EU value chains. The trade with other former Yugoslavian republic accounts for a smaller share of export and trade in general. Despite the many advantages offered by regional integration and additional effort in this direction, like a mini Schengen, a spontaneous increase in mutual trade cannot be expected. CEFTA has already facilitated duty-free trade and made improvements to increase regional trade, but this potential has been exhausted. Okay, Katarina said some possibilities to improve more things, but it is draining options. There are no more tariff or quantitative restrictions that could be lifted without some negative consequences like a food. Nevertheless, I would like to suggest an initiative for the improvement of regional cooperation. I think that can take many forms. This is out of CEFTA, mini Schengen. This is initiative, because I believe that CEFTA and mini Schengen cannot give more opportunity. In general, all forms of regional cooperation can be classified in two groups. Let me see.
Natasha, I'm sorry, but you're running a bit out of time because we still have two speakers.
This is the last. This is the last.
All right, fine.
The first option is vertical integration or Balkan regional supply chain. It can be initiated by government, but main subject, of course, are companies. I'm not talking about leaving the value chains with European Union in the center, but about reducing the dependence of goodwill of several largest economies. Second is also vertical integration, but it is the joint specialization of the Balkan countries within a particular EU value chains. This could have significant positive effects. Specialization would enable higher productivity and better position in EU value chains. And third, it is just in the case where individual production of small Balkan country cannot meet demand of some larger market. That Russia or Russia or EU doesn't matter. That will be horizontal integration, which has not been common in this area so far. The joint appearance of the economies of the European market would give the small economy a better chance. This is it. Thank you. I'm sorry if I...
No, we just 1 minute over.
Okay.
No, it's a fascinating topic, and it's very, very relevant for what is being done today within the RCC and the creation of the common regional market. So very interesting. Let us immediately move to the next paper by Mikhail Lobanov, who will tell us more about the Russian presence through trade and investment in all the former Yugoslav republics, if I understand well.
Yeah.
Mika, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will skip a lot of slides here. I will speak about the Russian investment and the Russian trade within the region. So the idea was to find the statistics and to analyze the statistics dealing with the foreign trade and dealing with the investment. So that's why the presentation consists of two parts. As for foreign trade, here you can see the dynamics of the export. RFI, Y means republics of former Yugoslavia. Just, well, definitely you understand, but just in case. Export to Russia since 2008, since the crisis. What can we see here? First of all, we can see that Slovenian exports were twice as large as those of the second most important country, Serbia. Twice as large. But after the sanctions, post-sanction period, the indicators nearly approached. So at the end of the 2010s, Serbia came out on the top. So now we can see that Serbia, not maybe 2019, but 2 years in a row, and maybe 2020 will be the top exporter to Russia. So the situation has changed completely in 10 years. The rest of the countries, as you can see, export from 5 to 15 times less to Russia, incomparable. If we speak about imports of republics of former Yugoslavia from Russia, here you can also could find out interesting thing that 10 years ago, Serbia and Croatia had the same import from Russia, but then Croatia's refusal to import natural gas from Russia led to the fact that it began to yield even to Slovenia. And in 10 years, its imports, the import of Croatia, fell by 8 times. So the only product is not on the round table for negotiations, and that's it, 8 times less import from Russia. But Serbia is ahead of all of the countries, all of the other 5 republics in terms of imports from Russia. So what should we conclude? We could conclude that the biggest trade partners nowadays are of Russia in the region are Serbia and Slovenia. They're completely different stories because the level of balance in their trade with Russia is completely different. Here we can see that, for example, the import of Serbia was always bigger than the export of Serbia, but the situation was slightly better after the counter sanctions that were introduced 5 years ago. You can see here, after the introduction of counter sanctions by Russia, the positive effect lasted only for 3 years. And now again, Serbia's imports from Russia are twice as high as exports. Again, situation like it was before. As for Slovenia, completely different story. The export of Slovenia is always bigger than the import of Slovenia from Russia. As for the structure, the talk of the town is the low level of technological intensity of Russian exports. We all know about it. Of the 6 republics, Russia imports have grown over 10 years only in Slovenia and Serbia, as you can see here in 2019. And for example, if you speak about Slovenia, it happens only just because of oil and petroleum products import. You can see the difference in 10 years. The half billion US dollars is our export to Slovenia of oil and petroleum products. You can see here very briefly, in Slovenia, 70% of Russian imports are oil. In Macedonia, mainly gas. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, gas and non-ferrous metals. In Serbia, a little bit more diversified, but still only oil, gas, cast iron, and steel products, and only 20–25% for the other products. It's alarming for us, for Russians, that the products of the Russian engineering industry are not competitive, not only in the markets of the new European member states, like Slovenia, for example. Here we can see the import of export of certain types of machines and equipment from Serbia and Slovenia to Russian Federation, but also in Serbia, a less developed country in terms of manufacturing. Slovenia exports to Russia dozens of times larger volumes of machinery and equipment that it imports, as you can see it on the slide. If we speak about Serbia, if we do not consider, how to say, these deliveries of Russian military equipment in 2017-19, I mean helicopters, it's dark blue color, that means helicopters. If we delete it, then we also find out that Serbia also exports more machines to Russia than it imports. It's again about this very difficult story of what's going on with the remains of Soviet engineering in Russia. We're not competitive. We can see what we can see, that these countries of the region, Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, Serbia, Croatia, their imports are much more diversified than exports, are much more diversified than Russian export. Here you can see the Austrian import from the countries of the region, and we found out that 15 years ago and 3 years ago, these countries the structure of their export consists of high-tech and medium high-tech products for 40–50%. It's a very high. It's a very high percentage of high-tech and medium high-tech products. So when we're speaking about the Balkans countries are doomed to play the role of raw materials appendage of the industry of Western Europe, the reality is somewhat different. As for importance of Russia for the export and import of the countries of former Yugoslavia. Here you can see the share of Russia in import and export since 2007 to 2019. And you can see also very briefly that the only country that still remained where Russia still occupies a noticeable place in trade is Serbia. All of the other countries, Slovenia, Croatia, and Macedonia, now the percentage of Russia in export and import is really low, or close to 1.5% only. We in Russia always speak about diversification of the trade, that Russia will probably somehow will try to involve in the export and import of CEE countries. But I showed this graph last November. The situation is also different. The dependence on traditional markets of the European Union, of the countries, of the Balkan countries, is not decreasing but increasing. The only exception is Slovenia. The other countries are just going toward the European Union if we speak about foreign trade. More to say, Russia is being squeezed. Russia is being squeezed by the Asian states. So if we see the share of Asian states in the structure of trade, Russia is being slowly, not very briefly, but slowly squeezed by some partners like China or Turkey, if we speak about the structure of trade. If we speak about investment, and it's the second part of the presentation, and that's it. If we speak about investment, first of all, what about the inward FDI stock in the republics? Here you can see the inward stock, and we found out that the Serbia has become the largest investment recipient country in the region since 2013. By 2019, it had accumulated 2.5 times more investment than Slovenia and 10 times more investment than Bosnia, as you can see it on the graph. It's interesting that it was investment draw in the region from 2014 to 2016, and not all the countries are just out of this drought. Only Serbia and maybe some extent Slovenia. So the main how to say conclusion is the role of Serbia is getting more and more important. Because the countries are quite low, the size of their economies are quite small, the fluctuations, annual fluctuations of capital inflows are very, the fluctuations are very high. Here you can see the different deals. I put it on by arrows, the Nice deal, Deleuze deal, some round-tripping FDI in Croatia in 2014, Hisense, the boat going in Slovenia. All of these deals influence the peaks in the FDI inflows. Definitely, the countries of the regions are very attractive for the investments. As for Russia, our investments are not labor intensive. It's a completely different story. But if you speak about the other countries, definitely these countries are attractive because of the low average personal costs and hourly wages. For example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia, you can see here on the graph several times less, both indicators several times less than in European Union in general, or 4 or 5 times less than in Slovenia. So these countries are still very attractive for the investors that want to invest in labor-intensive industries. The share of foreign capital is still low. I mean, in the countries of the ex-Yugoslavia, you can see Croatia and Slovenia here, but I need to point out that that the situation is the noticeable increase is going on. Even in Slovenia, this protectionism is just the story of the last decades. Now it doesn't work. Now the share of foreign companies in Croatia and Slovenia are close to Polish indicator, and it's going up. If we speak the structure and Russian position here, only in Macedonia and Bosnia and Serbia, Russian investments are noticeable. I will not explain because all of you understand the reasons why in Bosnia and why in Montenegro and why in Serbia, but just to show you the figures. Macedonia, Croatia, and Slovenia doesn't notice any Russian investment. Not comparison, for example, for Austrian investment or German or Italian. It's interesting, we always speak about German influence, Italian companies in the Balkans, but while neighboring Austria is the key investor, as you can see here on the slide, we forgot always about the economic influence of Austria in CEE and Southeastern Europe. In many countries, Austria is number one and number second investor. And some slides left about the FDI inflows from Russia. Definitely it deals with some real estate boom in Montenegro, some deals dealing with oil industry and gas industry. Here on the table you can find our most important investment, Lukoil, Gazprom Neft. It's a pity for us that some investors are going out from the region. For example, the last sad story for Russians are company UGMK that closed the factory Fabrika Bakarnih Cevi in the eastern Serbia after 15 years of very nice, very successful functioning, and now Serbia will not export copper tubes to Russia anymore, maybe in the next years. And so there are a lot of stories that unfortunately show us that situation is not so nice if we speak about Russian investment in the region. And Serbia is the main investor and the main recipient country, and Russia is on one of the top positions here. 9% of inward FDI stock in Serbia for 10 years. The biggest investors are definitely those countries like Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Switzerland, and even Cyprus, the countries with preferential tax treatment. So it's clear that we speak not about the real normal investment, but about round-tripping FDI, Serbian companies that invest their money from the Aruba and Curacao and other Dutch tax havens. It's interesting in 2020, the situation of the round-tripping investment, Serbian companies decided to rely only on the Netherlands. As you can see here, Luxembourg, Swiss, and Cypriotic money last year didn't come to Serbia at all. And the last slide, the country that doesn't have preferential tax regime, including Russia, the red color. What can we find out here? First of all, that in 2020, because we're interested about this year of the spread of coronavirus pandemic, as you can see here, all of the countries except Germany and except China reduced their the export of capital to Serbia. Russia reduced it nearly to 35 millions from nearly 500 millions. So we will see the statistics of the 2021, but it's interesting that only Germany and German companies and Chinese companies didn't notice the pandemic in terms of investments in Serbia last year. And to sum up in the general terms, if we speak about the extent of trade and investment regime with Russia, investment situation, like absolute terms, and in terms of quality, like in relative terms, our cooperation in many countries of the region, or the post-Yugoslavian countries, are decreasing, unfortunately to Russia, unfortunately for us. Maybe the only exemption in some aspects is Serbia, and maybe there are some positive trends in our trade with Slovenia in the recent years. So it is just a short summary of the slide that I decided to show today. Thank you very much. Sorry for timing.
Thank you very much, Michail, for this very interesting and really fascinating presentation. May I just ask you, what is the source of your data on FDI?
Well, if we speak about then Serbia, it's local data, local statistics.
Mm-hmm.
If we speak about the statistics after 2012, statistics of Eurostat in most cases. If we speak about, for example, this structure of invert FDI stock, unfortunately, figures of 8 years ago, it's UNCTAD statistics, but unfortunately, as far as I know, maybe I'm mistaken, they don't publish the open data for the structure of invert FDI stock since that year. I didn't find it. Maybe in some reports, maybe some print reports, but I had to operate with these figures like 8 years ago. So mostly,
sorry, I should not have posed any questions because we still have a fourth speaker. So keep your questions for later on. Sorry, I didn't mean to. So the last speaker is Alexander Pivovarenko. From the Institute of Slavic Studies in Moscow, and he will be talking about the structural controversies in the Balkan region. So please, Alexander.
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you hear me well.
To the 15 minutes. So
yeah, I hope you hear me well.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So it's a great privilege being here. And in the beginning, I would say that Professor Елица Минич has raised a very important question about the role of Russia in the region. So let me, in this context, to introduce the Russian Balkan Center in Belgrade that I represent, along with the Russian Academy of Sciences. Russian Balkan Center is a Russian-Serbian organization, like Udruženje, with Dr. Slavenko Terzic, a former ambassador of Serbia in Russia, in the head. It was established in April 2021, where we hold the first conference in Belgrade, and the main goal is to establish a professional dialogue between our academic communities. So I hope that we'll be able, during the next years, to prove and show that Russian foreign policy is not, its main goal is not only to preserve stability in the region, but also to find solutions that will allow us to pass through the systemic crisis of international relations that we see right now, and to find a path to something better. So I hope that the situation will allow us to make conferences and other events in the second half of this year, and where I hope you will attend these events, and I hope you will get some insights about Russian foreign policy and its view on the region, and on the on European affairs as well. In my speech, I would like to consider a few controversials that come into my mind when I start thinking about the Balkans region in the framework set by the definition of the former Yugoslavia. As far as I see, this definition, as well as other definitions such as Western Balkans or Western Balkan 6, can only partly reflect current regional picture in whole its complexity, especially when it comes to the economical and humanitarian aspect. Professor Natasha Stanovich rightly observed that the countries which once were the part of the one big, strong federal state do not fulfill right now the list of top 6 or 7 trade partners, comparing to other Balkan countries. If you look at Serbia's trade partners, you will find that Romania and Bulgaria, which were not obviously the part of Yugoslavia, or the Western Balkans, are more important for Serbia than Croatia and Slovenia in terms of import and export. And former Yugoslavian republics are beyond of the top 10 in the list of the Serbian trade partners. Montenegro is far behind Romania and Hungary and even Vietnam when it comes to import to Serbia from these countries. The same thing can be found when we look at Macedonia, because among its main trade partners, we can find Greece with 8.4%, which is ahead of Serbia again. And no other former Yugoslavian republics are in the top of the list. For Croatia, its economic ties with the EU countries are more stronger than ties with the Western Balkan 6 countries, which means that Croatia successfully separated itself from the whole other regional structure. Another interesting thing to point is that the former Yugoslavian countries, or the Western Balkan 6, in terms of economy, their connection to the biggest world economies, and of course the European economies, is tighter than with each other. But if we look at the partners in the second league, I mean those countries who hold from 5 to 10% in terms of trade relations, you may find that these countries also may, the list of these countries also may differ among these type of partners. You can find Russia and Hungary. For Macedonia, you can find at the top of the list Belgium or Great Britain. Spain, China, and Turkey are among the main partners for Albania. While again, the role of these countries in other are relatively low comparing to leading EU economies. So all of this makes me think that the definition former Yugoslavia or the Western Balkans, both these definitions are very questionable when we think about the actual thinking about current regional trends. And these things happen not only in the economy, although of course there is still something that keeps former Yugoslavian countries together, especially on a language and a value basis. The opposite trends are also strong. In humanitarian field, as we know very well, the view on the past and history differs not only between the countries, but even inside the countries. And this thing cannot be overcome easily, because without it, the legitimacy of the local elites, as Professor Yovich brilliantly showed in his book Ratemir, because without it, the legitimacy of these elites is placed into question. The religious factor, since its appearance on the agenda in the 1980s, also worked for the division and not for their connection. So again, these two important things like economic and humanitarian field I think they put under serious question the question whether this definition is viable in modern circumstances. Another important point I would like to raise is the controversial between the growing transit role of the Balkans and the trend to make Balkans as the buffer zone between the so-called the first world and the third world, which is becoming more and more strong, becoming stronger after the refugee crisis started in 2015. Actually, both of these roles are natural for the Balkans, and many examples can be found in the past. But what makes the situation specific right now is that these two roles function simultaneously. So we have an element of growing transit role, and combined with the elements of trying to separate, I mean, the whole European continent using the using the Balkans on the whole as a biggest like sanitarian zone, like it was, like the Vojna Krajina was in the times of Austrian Empire, comparing to the regions of the world which may be the sources for challenges for the European community. And we know very well that all these previous 20 years, the efforts of the international community were aimed to restore the transit role of the region and to make stronger economic ties between the republics who recently fought with each other. But again, current geopolitical situation now forces Berlin and Brussels to start thinking in the opposite direction and start closing the region, or at least not favor its further opening to the world. And the most important question for me in this regard is the role and place of the Balkan states in this position, because as far as I can see, this position is not so favorable, because the role of the Balkans as a buffer zone definitely limits the opportunities to improve the quality of living. And I mean, using this model and using this explanation of kind of controversy between these two functions of the Balkan regions, we can find explanations to many incidents that happens to the states when it comes to Euro integration. Yeah, for example, if we ask why Northern Macedonia was not successful by far to improve its status when it comes to EU integration after the change of government. Yeah, why it's still making very serious concessions to its neighboring states? Why Albania is facing constantly some problems with vetting with some EU countries when it comes to also to progress in this EU integration? Not only because these countries have their internal issues and their situation inside them maybe is not perfect, yeah, comparing to some calm and peaceful Central European countries, but maybe again there is not enough will for the EU community to do something to make radical steps, like it happened in 2004 when a big giant expansion to the east happened, and many new countries were accepted into the EU community. So there are two sides in this medal and in this issue. The same thing can be said about Serbia. The recent EU Commission report says that Serbia has serious problems in democratization and reforming of its state institutions. And of course, the authors of this report have a reason to state things like that. But on the other hand, literally on the next page of this report can be found, and these authors write that Serbia achieved some success in economy and in facing and tackling the migration challenge. And there is also reason for that, taking into account the attractiveness of Serbia for foreign direct investments that appeared as a fact like in the last 2 or 3 years. So the question is, does it mean that not following the EU recommendations and regulations in the field of policy and judicial reforms and so on and so forth, does it mean that not following the EU recommendations brings the country to success in economic and security? Interesting thing to discuss. So in conclusion, I would say that the situation that we are facing right now is full of controversials, and the common challenge, not only for the Balkan countries, but for Russia as well, is to find a model for how to improve our living, how to improve our standards of life, regarding the fact that our resources, although they are vast, but they are not limitless, and regarding the fact that our position in current system of international relations although it's not that bad, but on the other side, of course, it's not a privileged position. So again, and I think all these things should be taken into consideration, and I hope that we, under the framework of the Russian Academy of Sciences and the Russian Balkan Center in Belgrade, will be able to develop these thinkings and to find out what the recipes, the solutions that will be helpful for us in tackling the challenges that we are facing right now. So I will conclude by that and ready to answer your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexander. This was also very interesting. You touched upon various issues, historical, political, economic, and we still have 11 minutes before 6 o'clock, which is great. So we have some time for discussion and for raising questions. So who would like to make a comment or ask a question? There's Goran Nikolic. Have you raised your hand? No. Will would like to say something, please.
Okay, yeah, just to kick off questions. All very interesting contributions, and the first two were sort of touching on similar themes, so I just refer to those. Because Katerina Toshevska said that the trade facilitation is blocking, there are barriers to trade in the region, and by implementing all these various measures that she listed, the trade within the CEFTA region would grow. But Natasha Stanojevic said that the trade within the region due to CEFTA is exhausted and it can't grow. I just wonder which of these two, if the speakers had any thoughts upon why there should be such different conclusions brought about. And I'd also just point out or ask Katerina, she mentioned the World Bank, I think it was, estimated that higher trade integration would lead to 2.5% GDP growth. What does that mean exactly? Does it mean 2.5 percentage points higher than now, or 2.5% higher GDP in 10 years' time, or what exactly does it mean? Okay.
Thank you, Will. I suggest we collect some more questions. If not, perhaps Katerina can start and Natasha can also follow in answering Will's question.
Can I explain before? Okay, if Katerina is ready, it's okay. I didn't say that it's exhausted possibility for rising inter-republican, actually, in Western Balkan trade. It is exhausted possibility which provides CEFTA. Almost, Katerina told me now, I see that there is more space to improve that. But customs are zero. There cannot be below zero. This is, I said, but I offer some other solution for improving trade between republics, making that production chains or specialization or Balkan value chains or joint performance on global market, especially huge markets like Russia is, and these things. So there is no difference between Katerina and me in what we said. This is slightly different view of things. I believe that there is a lot of not so much possibility, but that small possibility should be used. Thank you.
Would you like to add something, Katerina?
Well, I would just add on what Natasha mentioned, but and actually I agree completely with her that we were not different. Actually, I also mentioned the same, that the possibilities that CEFTA offered with the liberalization have been used. So what more we can do is maybe we can facilitate more with this trade facilitation. That's what I meant. So actually, I think that we both were going into the same direction. And what I mentioned is that you know what I'm talking about. For example, you have Macedonia was very, very much trying on implementing different types of facilitation measures, so on and so on. And the track left Macedonia, it goes to Serbia. You know, it doesn't matter whether it goes to EU, to Hungary, or to Russia, or whatever. It should pass through. It should transit Serbia. So if in Serbia there are administrative barriers, then this track is hindered to go further on up. So that's what I'm saying. This region should, and actually that's Bill Bartlett is saying that this region, common regional market, the countries should apply more measures in order to eliminate this type of administrative barriers. So that it doesn't matter, maybe even intra-CEFTA trade won't grow up, but other channels of trade can grow up. So trucks can move freely and go to other directions. It doesn't mean that it will only trade with Serbia or Bosnia, you know. But I'm saying that the place or the area where we can add, or we can try to find some more space on how to integrate these countries is this field. That's what we are saying, and that's what all the leaders say. These plans, this regional market, this plan for regional economic area, and so on and so on. That's what I'm saying. Originally, if I speak as myself, or what I have read up until now, what I think it is, I don't think that we can expect so much more trade among intra-CEFTA trade, because most of the countries, it's the same situation as the previous CEFTA was created, you know, of Central and Eastern European countries. Actually, these are some kind of types of regional economic among themselves, but actually the main point or the main goal is to how to become EU member. So actually most of the countries trade mainly with the European Union. And these types of regional integrations are used like a stepping stone on how to become a EU member. And to touch upon this, the estimate is done by the World Bank, the Western Balkans Regional Economic Report by fall 2019. And it says that if the regional economic integration of this common regional market will come into realization, it should generate 2.5% of GDP. Of today's GDP, 2.5% of GDP growth, as I understand. But if the level of integration among CEFTA countries is on the level of EFTA, and EFTA is something, it's not classical free trade area. It's something like a common market, but without a common external tariff. Something in between. It's you know, the European Economic Zone. It's something different. European Economic Area. It's something in between. You know, it's more than a common than a free trade area, but it is something like a common market without the agricultural products and the fisheries. You know, those are separated. So that's what this 2.5% says. And if the level of integration among this country becomes on EU level, meaning we become a more than common market, because EU now is a monetary union, it's not a complete economic union, but it is a monetary union, then this regional economic integration can ease up to 6.7% of GDP, which I think at the moment is not possible, but it's just an estimation, as I have read by the World Bank, and I have found the data in two different documents, so I suppose it's true. I mean, it's their estimation, it's not mine. So that would be that was my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? Yelica.
Okay. Of course, to Mr. Pivovarenko, who posed the question at the end of his presentation. There is a lot of criticism on the respect of rule of law and good governance in Serbia, but on the other side, the economic results in Serbia are praised, and also managing the refugees crisis, Serbia and Macedonia. Also now the pandemics, Serbia, which was not strongly linked with the EU, had a much wider space of maneuver. So it means that Serbia and other Western Balkan countries, if there is no strong EU support, they have no other choice but to play on many other, how to say, strings, many other partners, what they are doing. But the question is how far it could go if European Union really wants to integrate our region completely into the EU. And finally, democracy is not the precondition for economic development. We have so many examples in history and also in the contemporary world, China, first of all, but also many other countries, South Korea, Taiwan, their development, Brazil, etc. They are not the champions of democracy, so this question is legitimate. But is it something that we really want? Are we ready to make this trade-off? What is the price? And one of the most important things is, even in the systems that are not democratic, mostly they control the level of corruption. You don't have unlimited possibilities for corruption. There is permitted level. If you cross it, then you can be the president of the state, you are prosecuted. So the control of corruption is one of the key issues. And we can read now the analysis about Romania, that huge struggle in Romania with corruption made results, and it really supported the economic development in Romania. And even in Austro-Hungarian times, why their administration was so efficient, they were permitted to be corrupted, but up to the certain level, and they didn't cross it. So it functioned very well.
Well, this was a perfect concluding session to this very interesting day we have had. I think we have touched upon so many different issues that involve Yugoslavia, the successor states, and really we could have discussed for another 3 days. So very interesting. And perhaps now I would like to thank the organizers for this conference. This is the first conference I'm actually attending on the breakup, on 30-year anniversary of breakup of Yugoslavia, which of course recall that are still very important. And but I think that perhaps now Mikhail Lobanov, as the main organizer of this conference, would like to probably conclude the day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Revalic. Yes, definitely. I'm really happy. I'm really glad that we succeeded to gather all of you around this one virtual, one online table. People with different point of views, with different positions from different countries. And I'm happy that the conference was successful, and all the different experts share their opinions on the very difficult questions, because you know better than me than the problems of the Yugoslavia breakup and the future of the republics. You can speak about it for many days and many hours. And thank you very much for that you are participants of the conference. And I'm happy that the Institute of Economics became the center of scientific thought dealing with Yugoslavism just for one day, at least for one day. But it's very nice that we succeeded to gather all of you. And I hope that you will join our future events, next events that deals with the region, with the Balkans, with the Southern Eastern Europe, Central Eastern Europe. So, and if you want to share your presentations, because you sent some presentations here for the colleagues, but if you want to share it with the other colleagues, we can put it on the English language website of the Institute. It's up to you. We will definitely put the video of the conference on the YouTube channel of the Institute and on our English website. So I would like to thank all the moderators. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank my colleague Alexandra Golubkin that recorded all the conference and helped me when I was out because of technical problems. So thank you very much all. Have a nice day. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.